T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now in estimate. Okay, you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, negative return.
I ponder of something great. My lungs will fill and then deflate. They fill with fire, exhale desire. I know it's dire, my time today. I have these thoughts so often I ought to replace that slot with what I once bought. Cause somebody stole my car radio and now I just sit in silence. Sometimes quiet is violent. I find it hard to hide it. My pride is no longer inside. It's on my sleeve, my skin will scream, reminding me of who I killed inside my dream. I hate this car that I'm driving. There's no hiding for me. I'm forced to deal with what I feel. There is no distraction to mask what is real. I could pull the steering wheel. I have these thoughts so often I ought to replace that slot with what I once bought. Cause somebody stole my car radio and now I just sit in silence. ponder of something terrifying, cause this time there's no sound to hide behind. To find over the course of our human existence, one thing consists of consistence, and it's that we're all battling fear. Oh dear, I don't know if we know why we're here. Oh my, too deep, please stop thinking. I liked it better when my car had sound. There are things we can do, but from the things that work there are only two, and from the two that we choose to do, peace will win and fear will lose. There's faith and there's sleep. We need to pick one, please, because faith is to be awake, and to be awake is for us to think, and for us to think is to be alive. And I will try with every rhyme to come across like I am dying to let you know you need to try to think. I have these thoughts so often I ought to replace that slot with what I once bought, cause somebody stole my car radio and now I just sit in silence. Reminder of something great. My lungs will fill and then deflate. They fill with fire, exhale desire. I know it's dire, my time today. I have these thoughts so often I ought to replace that slot with what I once bought, cause somebody stole my car radio and now I just sit in silence.
Getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. So when the night's getting colder and you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back, we got each other. All we do is we buy and hold. Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and APE, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw them! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crayons for breakfast. rock strong. All right, so the title for the day today is Ape Valuation Was 36.5%. And you guys are going like, what the heck does that mean? Well, you're missing the more important part. Congrats to It's Me for Movie Trivia Week winner last week. I didn't get a chance to thank him for being the winner. So it's me if you're listening. Congratulations to you last week. But let me tell you again why 36.5% is kind of important here. 36.5% of the valuation of AMC was given to the value of Ape. That's what it was given. 36.5% of the total value, because at the time when we took the split, it was $18.02. And so 36.5% of that value was given to Ape at that time and was transferred over. Now, if you take yesterday's closing price of both AMC and Ape, so AMC was $4.03, Ape was 1.91, and the total combined between the two is $5.94. If I multiply out 36.5%, the total value after that has been multiplied out is $2.16. It's very, very possible that the rebalancing, because we did get up to, hold on a second here. Let's see, what was the total price that we got up to for the height? It was 228. So to me, it seems like the rebalancing is over between AMC and Ape, and it seems to me that they have given the appropriate amount of value back to Ape. However, probably a lot of people were thinking like, well, it should be a lot higher than this, and quite frankly, it's really not. $1.72 is not that far off from where the 36.5%. If you actually just take a look at the price of just AMC alone and multiply out 36.5% of the 403, then you get $1.47. So, I mean, it's apples, oranges. It's not really comparing the same thing, really, honestly. But you need to add the two together, take out 36.5%, and see if Ape's price equals to about the same amount of value that we took out originally out of AMC. And in this particular case, we did hit that value, and we have come down since yesterday's closing. Yesterday's closing price was $1.91. So we were only off by like 20, 26, 25 cents from closing price of yesterday from the total amount of proper amount of valuation being hit. So I just kind of want to throw that out there that that I think that it's important to realize that I think that the rebalancing is completed, and I think we're going to see some normal trading going forward potentially out of this. Now, one of the things I noticed right off the bat this morning when I started looking at the numbers was the volume on AMC is pretty doggone low this morning. 23,000 shares so far. I mean, we've seen it lower before, but it's pretty low volume, but we're seeing upwards price momentum as that's happening. We're up 1.24% in the pre-market. If we take a look at Ape, we're actually down on large amounts of volume. So we have 372,000 shares having been traded on Ape, and we're down 9.95%. Do note that SSR trips today at $1.72, and we're hovering. It looks to me like they really want to trip that right off the get-go this morning. I don't think it looks to me. It looks like they don't want to struggle with tripping SSR, and so they're willing to just keep price right there at the tripping point, because that's exactly where we're hovering right now, is right at that 10% mark. So 170. I think, did I write it down? Hold on a second. I didn't write it down. I think it's 172 even, if I'm not mistaken. 191. 1.719. Let me change this on my board real quick here. 1.719. All right. Hope you guys enjoyed the song this morning. I know I've played it before, but I really especially love that song. And okay, there we go. 1.719 is the correct value for SSR to be tripped. So we're hovering like just over that 10% mark.
So we'll see what ends up happening. I have a feeling they're going to try and keep this price here right at that 10% from market open, and then we may see some difference in price movement after that. But it does look to me like somebody wants that tripped. I haven't gone over the numbers with you yet, and we have about 3 more minutes before I do go over the numbers. But I was kind of looking through them a little bit this morning, first thing off the bat, and our latest reporting for December 15th. Exchange reported short interest came in, and it came in much higher than I think they had anticipated it coming in at. The exchange reported short interest on AMC was 108.49 million, which means that the current estimated amount is going to be 111.22, which is going to be drastically higher than where they thought short interest was actually at, meaning that our short share interest of the free float is sitting at 21.57%. Yep, it's not an error. It's not, and I don't have it set up on the wrong stock. That is truly and honestly what the short share interest of the free float is. So that's interesting. I know a lot of people like seeing that 20% number. So it is kind of nice to see that that's the case. Also, it looks like they've they've once again borrowed every single share available to be borrowed. I haven't refreshed it since the borrowing of those shares out of the ETFs here, but it looks like they did borrow those overnight. Let me just check something real quick here. Today's the 28th. So there's 130,000 shares that were there last night. Let me give that a refresh. Okay, so they borrowed those at 7:16 this morning. I would assume that's at Eastern Standard Time because that is an hour ahead of me. So they borrowed that 130,000 shares again, the same 130,000 shares they had yesterday. But Donkey Kong says, I got my AMC average down to 10, 21. Nice. Congratulations. Point Break Thor says, Santa gave me underwater audio so I can swim laps in the pool and jam. That is really cool. That's awesome. Belarke says, wait, isn't what I think it means. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what you mean. Joe, I had a good Christmas. I hope you had a good Christmas. Good morning, Marvin. So we got about 1 more minute here before I take a look at the numbers. Let me go ahead and log into my broker real quick. I'm going to go ahead and give you guys a speech nice and early. Two-factor authentication, if you don't have it, you may want to get it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. When you do set that up, make sure that you put in a secondary device if possible to be able to receive the code in case something should happen to your primary. No sense in getting locked out of your account. Also, if I sound a little stuffy today, I might be coming down with something. I'm not sure. I had a pretty massive headache when I woke up this morning, so I took some medication. I actually woke up quite a bit early, so the medication's already kind of kicked in and the headache's gone a little bit. For the most part, I can still feel it's kind of there, but hopefully I'm not coming down with anything. Chris says Santa got me an air fryer to cook my tendies evenly. That's awesome. Good old boys barbershop. Good morning to you. All right, it's 6:20. Shoot, I'm gonna have to wear my other glasses today because I forgot to go look for my other glasses that I took off someplace and have no idea where I put them. So it's back to the old glasses. I call them my Weezer glasses because they look like the glasses that I always forget that guy, the band, the main singer's name. But they remind me of his glasses for some reason. Let me put these glasses on and we'll get started on these numbers. All right, let's see what we got going on here. I always keep a spare set of glasses here just in case. All right, I think they're clean enough. Ooh, it's rough going back to the old glasses. They're so much heavier on my eyes, on my ears, my nose. They're just heavy. They're not heavy on my eyes. They're heavy on my nose and my ears. Let's take a look at what we got going on with our numbers. Remember, so long as Herbie's not on the page, I'm not going to be able to see what you guys are saying. So hold those thoughts until the Herbie comes back here. Price prediction tally points for yesterday. I don't think anybody missed. Again, the combined price of AMC and APE together was $5.94. I had $4.90 to $7.90. Eric had $5 to $8. Keto had $4.78 to $7.78, and Einstein had $5.99 to $8.99. Oh, Einstein missed. Einstein missed by pennies. Oh man, that sucks, man. 5 pennies. Not cool. All right. Well, he's got more days in this week to catch back up to us, so it's not over for him yet. I know what it's like to miss. I think there was one time where I missed 1 penny 2 days in a row, or something like that, or I was in within 1 penny one day and then out the next, and it was very unfortunate. Alrighty, price prediction tally points for the week is set up. Short exempt volume, let's take a look at what we had. We had a large amount of volume moving through APE yesterday, but not so much on AMC. So I don't expect a whole lot of short exempt volume on, actually, SSR was tripped yesterday for AMC, so those numbers might actually be high, even though there was low volume. Higher than expected. The final numbers was 518,000. That's actually higher than I would have expected, considering how much volume we had. APE, on the other hand, had, let's see, what was the final volume on APE? Final volume on APE was, got to be under 100 million. Yeah, 81.6 million shares. So I would expect to see maybe 700,000 on APE. Let's check it out and see what it is. APE had higher than I expected, 922.1. I'm pretty certain that if you took the average of the last 3 days of APE volume and short exempt volume, it would probably be really darn near 3 million, really close to 3 million shares, which is 3 days in a row of it being over a million is quite a lot. Taking a look at the total price change on AMC yesterday, it was down 8.41%. And AMC was, sorry, that was AMC. APE was down, or was up rather, 10.4. Max Payne started out the week at $5. Based off the price movement yesterday, I would expect this to probably remain the same. Yeah, I think $5 is going to be, I think it's going to stay there. Max Payne is currently still $5. Off exchange volume for the end of the day yesterday on AMC had 58.49% going through off exchange. EDGX had 9.97. The grand total between the two is 68.46%. That's higher by about 4.46% higher than normal. I expect to see 64% by the end of the day on a normal day. So there was definitely some elevated amounts of volume going through there. Nothing unusual happening with CHX. On APE, 56.06% going through off exchange, EDGX at 9.13, combined total 65.19. That's about 1.19% higher than normal. Not too heavily high, but definitely higher than usual. CHX volume, nothing unusual to report. GME has CHX volume that was normal, and HYMC had CHX volume that was normal. Taking a look at, let's see here, institutional ownership. Yesterday it was 140.156 million. Today it is 140.185. And let's see, let's take a look at options. Highest amount of open interest is at a $5 strike for the calls. Yesterday at the $5 strike for calls, there was 13.4 thousand contracts. Today there's 13.5. So not much of a change. On puts, highest amount of volume yesterday was at a $4 strike. It's now $3 on open interest. With it went from 12,000 contracts at 4 to 13.5 at 3. So the market is insinuating that there may be a closing price somewhere between $3 and $5 before the end of the week. Give me just a second while I move a couple screens around and we'll take a look at the rest of the data. I should really say it like, I think it was Andy Rooney, or I don't know who was it said the rest of the story. I should really do something like the rest of the data. Like really over enunciate it. This Ortex data today is going to be pretty interesting to see. All right, combined price of AMC and APE. We are currently coming in at $5.77 on the upon the 8K announcement. We came in at $5.98, so we're down by about 21 cents from that point, 22 cents. And we did drop past this level of support at $5.88 at market open this morning in pre-market hours. And we're kind of holding support there, as you can see, combined on the two prices, holding pretty strong and just kind of trading sideways. Where are we going to move to here? Not sure. We do have a couple levels of support that are showing up in here, descending levels of support. I have a feeling that we're probably going to see price move a little bit upwards and maybe retest that 588 combined price. It does appear that we're testing like this double bottom kind of down here. Looks like we got a little bit of a testing here, retesting of that 571 range, which we do have past historical support at that level. We'll have to keep an eye on this. I'm not sure where we're heading to exactly, but we'll have to wait and see what market open has to show for us. Let's take a look at this really interesting data over here. So here's the reporting of the new amount of exchange reported short interest. It went from that 100 to 108, which is higher than the expected amount. If I show it to you like this, it'll show you kind of like where where this should have been. So in other words, here they were under predicting, over predicting what short interest was, and there was a correction for that, and they overcorrected the overcorrection, and so you can see that there was actually more short interest than Ortex was reporting. So there's now been a correction on the short estimated short share interest of the free float, and so now they're estimating at about 111 million shares in short interest currently. So we'll take a look at the numbers here, see where we're at. We are on day number 3 of 100%. Let me just verify that real quick here, that it is indeed day number 3. 23rd, 26th. I don't count the 26th. We're on day number 2. This is, for some reason, Ortex is reporting the 26th, so I gotta drop that day. So no day there. So 2 straight trading days of back on 100% utilization. And let's see what our on loan amount looks like here. On loan amount day over day slightly decreasing from 179.79 million shares to 179.33 million shares. So we're looking about a 400,000 shares returned. Let me write this down. Probably about 125,000 of that was in probably short interest, new short interest that was closed, or not new, closed short interest day over day. So let's take a look at that and see if that's the case. Actually, it's going to be really difficult for me to give that answer to you because the estimated short share interest, the free float, dramatically rose, but that's only because the exchange reported short interest came in and they had to correct it. So I'm not going to actually be able to show that to you. If I were to actually calculate out how much the exchange reported short interest rose by, I could do that to show you how much they were off by in their calculations. So they were off by 215. Oops. 11 million shares. 11 million shares is how much they were off by. So that's why it's reporting 111 now on the live short interest value. But I would just assume that the day over day short interest, because there's only 400,000 shares on loan, that changed by would probably be about a return of about 125,000. So I'm just going to put 1.2 or 0.12 rather. Taking a look at on loan average age per day, still heading up. It went from 82.21 to 83.14. Security lending volume day over day decreased from 5.49 to 5.11. Going over to APE, I don't see the same values changing too much. It looks like they were getting the exchange report short interest because it's all pretty much short interest, so it doesn't really change anything. Anytime we have a reporting on exchange reported short interest, it's going to be pretty accurate on APE. But it's still showing at 7.37%. The utilization is now up to 90.16%. That is a massive increase in utilization for APE day over day. It went from 75.44 to 90.16 overnight. It's a pretty big jump. On loan amount increasing day over day from 32.32 to 32.75. So we're looking at like 400,000 shares increase. On loan average age per day increasing 26.98 to 27.22. Exchange reported short interest of the free float rising day over day from 7.24 to 7.37, and security lending volume day over day decreasing pretty dramatically from 17.42 down to 3.84 million. Orders by Fidelity customers. These final numbers that I'm reading here are going to be the entire day's worth of numbers, as I can tell by the amount of orders that are being reported here. The first one on the list here, which is sixth on the list, is APE with a 74% buy and a 26% sell ratio, looking very strong. Ninth position is GME with a 88% buy to 12% sell ratio, and AMC in 11th position, 11th most heavily traded stock with 66% buy to 34% sell ratio. Looking very strong on all three. I like what I'm seeing. Trigger price for SSR for the day today on AMC is at $3.63. Shares available to borrow is down to 0. They did borrow the remaining 130,000 in ETF shares this morning. Since there were nothing showing and available, we're still basing off the borrow rate still being based off of the 104.5% fee that we're seeing from yesterday. So far this morning, we've got 80.8 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 10.8 thousand contracts that are in the money. 39.2 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 31.9 thousand contracts that are in the money. Taking a look at the market as a whole. No pun intended. The market is a whole. The VIX is showing down currently. The future is showing down 0.56, and I am seeing a green upwards momentum on the market, anywhere from a quarter to almost anywhere from a quarter to 0.35% up. Markets on the other side of the world, a little mixed. Hang Seng was up. The FTSE International in Europe was up anywhere really close to about 1% or more, and then most of Asia was down, but only down by. I mean, you had the Shanghai down 0.26, China down 0.08, the Shenzhen was down 0.86, Nifty 50 down 0.05. It's just kind of mixed, very mixed numbers overnight in international markets. And let's see here. So far, the U.S. dollar is showing up at 104.06, getting ever increasingly close to the breakout box that I've got sitting right here. We didn't hit this one. We did. It does look like we're kind of getting close to breaking out of this descending parallel channel, as it is coming close to reaching the top side of this resistance level of resistance on keeping the value of the dollar down. And this has been trading sideways for the most part for the better portion of the last week or so. In the pre-market, the SPY is up 0.24. We currently have Tesla up 2.05. Amazon is up 0.28. Cinemark is up 0.11. Doge is down 3.41. Bitcoin is down 0.24 at 16.6 a coin. GameStop is up 1.32. HYMC is down 1.23. HUD is breaking even. CS is down 1.27. NCMI is down 8.89. APE is up, or down rather, 10.47, and AMC is up 0.99%. Inflow versus outflow on yesterday's numbers. Looks like we were up about $2.7 million more outflow than inflow. So far, we've traded 24,000 shares for AMC for this morning. Pretty low volume. On a 1 hour time interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 42.29, which is below average. On a 30-minute time interval, there is more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 48.55, which is just about average. And on a 5-minute interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 48.53, which is just about average. Taking a look at APE. Yesterday, there was approximately 2.2 7. Again, $2.7 million more inflow than outflow on value. 401. Oops, I don't know why I brought up the calculator. 401,000 shares having been traded so far on APE. It's pretty high volume on the price moving downwards. On a 1 hour time interval, there is more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 44.79, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute time interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 40.26, which is below average. And on a 5-minute time interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 51.94, which is just slightly, or that's pretty much average. Let's see what this news is here real quick. Get rid of this. Yeah. Taking a look at the 1 hour Ichimoto. So on the Ichimoto, we have the lagging line is hitting the price line. We have conversion dropping below base. You can see pretty easily based off of this right here that the price is trying to move down to break through the thinner portion of the cloud, which is showing up today. The bottom side of the cloud is going to be about 132. So I do expect to see this to drop through, or at least attempt to try to drop through the cloud. Or if not drop through the cloud, at least trade sideways into the cloud, giving room or leaving room for the price to continue to drop down more into the future days ahead. But seeing the conversion dropping below the base and lagging line hitting the price line, I mean, this is a pretty hefty sell signal according to what I'm seeing right here from short-term investors. So that's likely part of the reason why we saw the price get pumped up, and it's always going to come back down as that initial pumping group decides to get out. So, and it's always part of the market. You're always going to see that influx of FOMO buying or day traders buying in and then getting out to try and collect on their earnings. And the point at which we would have probably seen like the signal kind of triggering like, okay, it's time to get out is when price started hitting base, which would have been back here at around $1.83, $1.84. If somebody would have bought in this time range in here when price moved up through the cloud, they could have easily bought in at $1.22 and then gotten out around $1.85 and made a pretty decent profit off of this. So you're going to see a little bit of selling pressure that's going to occur, but I don't know how. We'll have to see how long it lasts for. Taking a look at the to get this back into a buying trend, we would probably have to see price rise back up to over 228. I'm not expecting that, but I'm writing it down on my board. On a 4-hour chart, we have lagging line above price line. Price is coming in and hitting the conversion line right here. Conversion is above base. Again, long term, one of your first signals to kind of it's time to go is when you do hit the conversion. Usually price will rise up above conversion one more time before falling down and triggering base, but not always. If I go back over the 1 hour chart over here and we look at that, I would say that this time frame in here is probably about the first time where it hits conversion, rises up above it, hits it a second time, and never really, I mean, it kind of does slightly get above it, but then, and over here it slightly gets above it, but then after it does kind of the second, maybe third time, it finally falls below the conversion and the base. So I would imagine that this chart right here on the 4-hour chart suggesting that there's a potential that this price could move back up above conversion at least one more time, and this would be very typical to see a trend where you see a top and then that second retest of a top, which might get us up to around like $2. before falling back down, and within this chart right here, we don't have a green cloud forming until, let's see, today is Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Tuesday, Wednesday of next week. Tuesday to Wednesday of next week. So we may see price fall a little bit, maybe come back up and retest maybe that like $2 range ish, and then falling back down by Friday to Tuesday of next week. Friday of this week or Tuesday of next week, I think. Let's see. Wednesday. What's today? Today's Wednesday, right? Yeah, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. I'm sorry, Tuesday or Wednesday of next week. On AMC, lagging line is below price line, conversions below base. The number that we want to reach to start seeing this turning into a buying signal, and we have a thinning portion of the red cloud, is going to be breaking above $4.54. If price can break above 454, you could see this definitely turning into a huge buy signal. On a 4-hour time interval, we are getting closer and closer to the thinning portion of the red cloud where price likes to break through. Lagging line is below price line, conversion below base. Price moving up into that 454 range would put it just about where the base is. Actually, it's exactly where the base is right now, $4.54. Seeing it price rise up to 454 either today or tomorrow would tend to push us up and get us closer to that cloud and to turn this into a huge buying pressure. So I am expecting to see price start moving towards this red cloud either today or tomorrow. And I'm hoping to see a breakthrough on the cloud potentially by, Friday, where the top of the cloud would be around $5.20. And I think that's it. Also, actually, I do want to mention a couple more things real quick here. On AMC, we have triggered an SPF, synthetic price failure. Once we trigger a synthetic price failure, price has to, whatever that bottommost value is that we hit to, we need to see at least a 15% return from that bottom to start tracking for new highs. The bottom, I believe, was triggered back here at 396, and 396 was our lowest value. So let me just make sure I've got those numbers plugged in accurately. I do. To see a 15% gain off of 396 would be $4.55, which is really kind of funny because 454 is the number that I told you this morning is the number that we would have to push through to get a big buy signal. So I really do believe that 454 454 is going to be a key number. I've already got my blue line set up at 455. I'm going to drop it down just a hair to 454. This is going to be a key value. If we can break past 454, price should start running pretty decently. To get there is going to be a little bit of work, but I think it could happen. Not today necessarily, but potentially by tomorrow or even Friday. Let's see what's next. On APE. Looking at APE real quick here, I just want to mention that we did hit a synthetic price failure, and we did drop underneath the SSR value. So the bottom red line is going to be SSR. Synthetic price failure occurred at the blue, white, and red lines. Paper hands were anything but below the top red line. So if I zoom out just a tad bit on this, you can see where the synthetic price failure occurred. Once we hit our top at 228, a 20% decrease in price occurred at any one of those red, white, or blue lines, these three right in here. We hit that yesterday, almost right at market open, and then kind of traded right within that synthetic price failure range before in the aftermarket hours falling down below, and now we're hovering right at a SSR trip for the beginning of the day. Now, to see price move back upwards, to see a 15% gain from our bottom of $1.63, we would have to see price rise up to 187.4 in order to reset a synthetic price failure. That is well within the $2 range that I said we could see a top on or a retest of that most previous high that we had of 228. So we may see that retest either today or tomorrow, and then probably another failure in price again. All right. With that, I should be able to see what it is you guys are writing again. Sharma, good morning to you. It was Paul Harvey. Okay. Thanks, guys, for letting me know. I can never remember if it's Paul Harvey or Andy Rooney. I don't know why I always get those two guys mixed up. Maybe it's just the voices or something. I don't know. Andy Rooney was not. He's got more of a high voice, I feel like, but I think there's been many a times where I've said Paul Harvey before, but I don't know. I always get them mixed up for some reason. I don't know why. Benjamin, good morning to you. But Donkey Kong says the market's a hole. If he did but Donkey Kong, then he would have only been able to sell $40 million worth. And the reason that I say that is because that's part of the, I think it was 40 million, is in that contract with Antera. That contract only prohibits him from being able to sell anything beyond $40 more million worth of Ape. Otherwise, it's null and void. Ralph says 520 by Friday. Is that combined? That's not combined. That's just AMC. Blarke says, I think AMC is about to have a run since people sold to get Ape. It might. Normal Cat says, when is the vote? I do not know. I don't think that'll be any time before 30 days, as there is a rule that where we have to wait a 30-day period of time before I think they can actually even put out a vote. So I can probably I feel pretty confident in being able to tell you that it won't be within the first 30 days. Ice Cream says if AMC pulls up, Ape should follow just from conversion possibility, in my opinion. I mean, that's the kind of the theory, right? So if AMC does drive upwards in price and it gives Ape the ability to be able to push up to hit that retest of that $2, it might give us an idea as to where it is AMC is going to drive up to in price. Right? Because if we know that the valuation is 36.5% and that's what they're trying to focus on, or at least try and keep the price as close to as possible, if AMC is the moving price for that, then we can kind of figure like if the retest is going to be somewhere between $1.80 and $2 on Ape, we could just say 190 and say, okay, what's going to be the remaining portion of that to make the correct value for AMC and kind of figure out where it's going to go. It'll give us a great idea as to whether or not that's what they're trying to do. Is that they're trying to do if they're trying to keep a balancing of the two stock prices now. So it'll be interesting to see. Nosa says for the believer today is the supposed T plus 90. Yeah, well, I don't believe in it. Ralph, you're welcome. I think it's 30 straight days. I don't know, Blarky. That's a good question. I think it's just regular 30 calendar days. Yeah, it's it was supposed to be censored content, but it never actually got 50% of the value though. CPE says, Casey, I did email John Merriweather from AMC Investor Relations. The earnings call has not been set or announced yet. They are planning to have the vote set for results during call. Should be in late February. That's good to know. Thank you. Steven says, Casey, the last three daily candles on APE remind me of AMC daily candle of 514.22. Rising dojos, then pullback, then boom, boom, 2 weeks. Casey, 2 weeks. Steven, when did you start doing technical analysis? Just, I'm teasing with you, man. I'm teasing. Miguel, I don't mind you putting in Tesla because I do cover Tesla only because I think it's kind of an interesting case study um, in regards to a what I would consider to be a slow squeeze. But I'm not. I would never, ever, ever even try to lead you one way or another on any other stock or any stock at all as to whether you should buy or not. And simply because it's your money, it's your choice. I don't have a license to be able to do that. There's no way I could even. You have to make your own investment decisions. I can't help you with that. What was the cost before borrow before the June run up? Let's take a look. I'm gonna just to keep things kind of to talk about apples as apples instead of talking about there's a couple different ways you can look at cost to borrow on Ortex, but I'm just gonna pull up just the cost to borrow that's being reported on on their table here that's called cost to borrow. Now, like if you look at current cost to borrow averages, max and mins, those numbers are going to be off compared to what I'm getting right here on this cost to borrow. But so just bear with me. But uh, the value for the June run up, what one of the highest values that it saw just prior to the June run up was 22.44 before the cost to borrow started to dip pretty dramatically uh, leading into the run. Let me get rid of the security lending volume so you can see it. So here's cost to borrow top, and then as price started to run, the cost to borrow started to drop. And typically, the reason for that being is that as the price is rising, there's shares that are being sold back into the market, and so shares are available to borrow again, which drives that cost to borrow, supply demand. The more shares there are to borrow, the less the borrowing rate's going to be. So that kind of makes sense, right? As the price is running up, you start seeing cost to borrow drop. Our current cost to borrow is at 43.93. So it's nearly double, not quite, but it's nearly double what it was back in June. That's for AMC. If you want to look at APE, just for the heck of it. Oops. Cost to borrow is currently at 10.4. It shot up a couple days ago to 11.04. One of the highest values that we've seen so far is right on the like the third day of trading where we had 12.18. So cost to borrow is definitely rising. And utilization, I kind of mentioned to you guys that when we hit 95% last, that that things were going to probably get very spicy, and we broke that on December 1st, and then it dramatically dropped the very next 2 days of trading down to 76%. But as a result, utilization is now starting to drive back up again as prices rising. So I do believe that there's a magic number there at 95% utilization on APE where it becomes very difficult to borrow, and you can start to see borrow rates or cost to borrow increasing dramatically. So it will be very difficult to control price as easily as price is rising. Hey Rosado, welcome from Puerto Rico. Kenny, good morning. Steven says, I'm a TA guy only when it's biased in my favor, I got you. I got you. Ding ding dong dong. I think the numbers look pretty good. I especially like the fact that we're seeing short share interest of the free float on AMC rising pretty dramatically. Nosa says, Casey, I heard this morning on a call AMC price seen on L3 is on the thousands, similar for GME. Is there any way to check without having access to Bloomberg terminal? Not that I'm aware of. Kokomo Joe says I'm a T and A guy as well. Also, oh man, that's funny. Brian, good morning. By the way, for those of you who were on the Discord, there was a very unfortunate event that occurred last night. I was actually out with a family. It was our last day to be able to spend last full night to be able to spend with some of the kids that are. Hunter's going to go back over his mom's house after this, and so we decided to kind of go out to dinner last night. And I wasn't really focused on Discord at all, and I have it silenced so that it doesn't make beeping sounds while we're doing the live stream here. And so I didn't see any of the stuff that was happening last night on Discord. But there was a very unfortunate event to where there was some racist stuff that was said last night, and so I apologize that kind of went unnoticed for as long as it did. I took care of it first thing this morning. As soon as I saw it, I woke up this morning with over 600, which I've never seen before, over 600 messages going back and forth on the general. Not all of it was bad. I mean, there was actually a lot of really good discussion in there that was not related. Dang it, I forgot the pokey stick of volume. But anyways, I guess what I want to say is that there was a person that was banned for the racist comments, and I kind of corrected hopefully some wrongs, and that just won't, either on this live stream or the Discord, none of that will ever be allowed and will immediately be dealt with, as I don't stand for that. We don't live in those kind of days and ages anymore. If you got racist comments, keep them to yourself, because this world has changed. This world has changed, and you need to change with it, because I'm not gonna welcome it at all. I will not stand for it. I just immediately just ban. Let's take a look at the pokey stick of volume real quick here. Yes, in order to short AMC on Webull, it's 104% fee. That's what we're seeing on Stonko Tracker reported as well. The pokey stick of volume for AMC was 42,000 shares. We have 75,000 shares as of right now going through. It doesn't look like we've had a whole lot of volume since, so we're looking at, I can't guess more than 10 to 30 million shares traded on AMC for the day today. It is pretty low volume. So 10 to 30 million shares AMC. And on APE, pokey stick of volume on Ape was 319,000 shares, leaving us at 766,000 shares so far. Let me just check the volume real quick. We've had some significant volume since, about 20,000 of it. So it was more like around like 740. I don't know what to do. Ape has had such unusual volume lately that I really just don't know what to guess on this one right now, or predict on this, because I just don't. The volume's been all over the place, and I feel like whatever I come up with for a number, um, two, 175. Divide it in half. All right, I'm gonna go with I'm gonna go with 50 to 70,000. Sorry, 50 to 70 million shares traded on Ape for the day today. Do I give myself? Yeah, that's right. 50 to 70 million on Ape for the day today. And yesterday's volume was 81.6. Roseanne says, "Good morning, Casey, and thank you for speaking up." Yeah, absolutely, Roseanne. I just this world's changing, and there's no room for people who want to be racist in this world anymore. It's just not like I mean, there never really was room ever. It's just that society has decided to actually stand up against it. For I think more portion of history ever. I think more people stand up against racism than ever. So and I want to keep leading that effort and moving forward and getting away from that. And so I will do everything in my power to stop that from happening and show that it's not acceptable. Yeah, I read through a lot of it, Novocaine. Unfortunately, when I got in this morning to read it, um, most of the comments have been deleted, and I don't know who deleted them. I can go back and find out, but it wasn't really really bothered me the most. What really kind of bothered me was is that that it happened at all, and so I don't care who deleted it. Somebody deleted it, but either somebody was trying to cover their tracks or somebody was helping out in the Discord and just deleting the comments. But I went to the next step. Gorilla Garden, Gardner, good morning. Um, Levels of support and resistance on Ape and AMC today. So I kind of went through all the numbers and kind of in regards to yeah, I would just say go back about I started the numbers at 6:20, almost an hour ago. But I I would say about halfway through that, so maybe 30 minutes ago. If you kind of go back about like 30 minutes in the stream, or at least just go back to where you start seeing charts on popping up on the page. That's usually when I kind of go over like levels of support and resistance. Maggie, yes, that is what I'm referring to. But it was more than that though. I mean, there was other references as well, besides that. Florex says, what's actually the point of having a pre and after hour? Hmm. I think some of it, some of it has to do, I believe, with international markets trades needing to occur. So I don't know. It's actually a great question, Florex, and I'm not actually really 100% certain on the answer to this. So I feel like I'm just kind of making something up as I go. I would actually have to do some historical look back historically at why pre-market and after hours occur. But it also, I think, it's also a place. It's also a period of time where I think institutions can kind of close out their books and make trades in the aftermarket and pre-market hours to um, kind of make everything complete, complete all the orders. Steven says managing order flow is the purpose of pre and after hours. Easter Beast says I think it's for people who get off work. No, I don't think that's the case. I do think a lot of it has to do with settlements between institutions, but I don't think that's all of it. I really do think that there is some international market settlements that have to occur as well. And so, for example, like when you come in first thing in the morning and you watch in the aftermarket hours price, and today's a great example of this on Ape, for example. If you come in and you look at Ape in the aftermarket hours, and it just has this like sudden drop, you've got right here. I'm trying to show you. 1958, 1959, and then here is 2000, and then you see this immediate drop from 2000 to the first minute of trading this morning. Well, everything in between the after hour and the first trade of this morning is a lot of that, I believe, is international markets that have adjusted or started trading price at a different value, and so you're seeing this activity where there's this big drop in value. That's all international trades, I think, that were made in the pre-market. So again, the world does not, just because the U.S. trades um, certain trading hours doesn't mean that the rest of the world doesn't have trading as well. Einstein 519 to 819. I got you down. Mr. Finance says close out buy orders that never went through because market makers hold them. I mean, there's some. I mean, there is definitely some orders that are closed out in the aftermarket hours, especially in the last 4 minutes. Brian says we need more moderators in the Discord. Yeah, that might be a. Let me just check something real quick here. I feel like we have a fairly large amount of moderators, but they might not be on there all the time. Actually, it looks like maybe we only have 5. I don't know where they all went. I will correct that. I don't know why that changed. We used to have more. I'll make sure and fix it. Hmm. Yeah, I'll fix that. Alan says, if the standard uncovered naked shorts remain unsettled on financial institution balance sheets, how can we expect this to ultimately affect AMC common share pricing? Uh, I don't. I don't expect those to stay on the balance sheets. I'm assuming you're talking about after a conversion. That would be. I would need to know that for sure, Alan. Like, if are you talking about like in regards to a conversion? If there is one, then how that would affect common share pricing? Yeah, after conversion. Okay. Um, it's a great question, honestly. It really is a great question, Alan, and I don't know. I'm not sure. I think for me this might actually be a first because I mean we're not just doing just a conversion, but we're doing. I mean at least what's being proposed is a conversion and a reverse split. So if both of those two things happen, I mean I don't know. I don't know if this is ever. I don't think I've ever seen anything like this ever before. So I really don't know what to expect, to be honest with you. Season Curlies, you're welcome. Yeah, I guess I was trying to apologize as well for missing the inappropriate comments last night, guys, and I don't think that any of the moderators that are in there are responsible for that. You know, I don't really hold people accountable to it, but I just now realized that I really didn't have any moderator. I mean, apparently somehow I know I used to have a lot more admins than I have currently, so I'm gonna have to go in there and fix that and make sure that I've got more moderators because it used to be more, and I'm not sure what happened. They seem to be gone. They're not moderators, obvious. Well, actually, hold on a second. Let me look at that again. Admin. Oh, you know what? I see what it is. There is more admin. They're just not online. It looks to me like just everybody was offline because I actually have quite a few. Yeah, I have quite a few. I don't know. We missed it. Maggie, I don't want to get into that conversation. I want to keep that off here as well. So if you, I just prefer you just keep that off of here. Mr. Finance says, did Adam Aaron say he is unfreezing his pay because investors are suffering? Well, I mean, you could just go look at his tweets as easily as I can, I would think, unless you don't have Twitter. But I mean, let's see, and we can reread it here and check and see. Yes, absolutely. Yes, we are asking for financial sacrifice only from those at the very top. is, let's see, he didn't say it there. In one of three, he says biggest inflation in 40 years. So in 2023, companies will grant large percentage salary raises, but I do not want more when our shareholders are hurting. So I recommend to the AMC board to red circle and freeze both my target cash and target stock pay for 2023, no increase. So he says when, but I do not want more, in quotations is more, when our shareholders are hurting. He did say that. Sean, until I get a proxy, there's no way for me to have any, and I don't even want to speculate what price is going to be until I see a proxy. I got to see a proxy first, and I think anybody who's trying to guess what the price is going to be beforehand, uh, like it's ridiculous. It's kind of silly to try to guess. There's so many market dynamics that are going to go into play in this, that until we see more information, it's pointless to try and even guess. Ayo says, Casey, settled debate for me. It's easier to pull a load at a given angle than it is to push a load at a given at load given the same angle. Correct. Um, I, if the given angle is the same angle, then the amount of force to push or pull should be equal, I would assume. Force equals ma. I would think. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know the answer. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. I think you. I think if anything, you're getting down to the nitty gritty stuff that I'm probably not even thinking of in regards to pushing and pulling. Because your force, if the force is coming from the top side versus the bottom side, yeah, you're if the force is coming from the bottom side, I mean that almost be like saying, and I'm thinking of like a rocket, right? If you think about a rocket, the engines on the bottom of the rocket, how come they don't have rockets with engines on the top of the rocket? Because it's easier to push than it is to pull. I mean, I mean, you could technically have rockets, other than risking burning up your rocket. You could have theoretically you could have engines at the top of the rocket angled away from the rocket trying to push the rocket. So I feel like pushing might actually be a little bit easier, but only because of the fact that um, there's less there's more power. I don't know. I'm gonna go with pushing. I'm going with pushing. I don't know the answer. I am kind of curious though what the answer is. But Donkey Kong says Casey's beard was so small. It was so small it was hiding behind a mask. Hmm. Sam says people admitted that first off, Sam, people admit, I don't know who people are. People admitted that Adam Aaron effed up on Ape. Who's to say he won't mess it up again? This play went from just buy and hold play to much more, with voting and company decisions that can steer this vehicle off a cliff. I don't I don't know who people are that are. I mean, I'm sure there are people who are saying that. I don't know who they are, but I don't know if I necessarily agree either. I mean, it may seem like Ape failed. I'm still up for debate on that. I don't know that it necessarily did. I kind of feel like, um, I don't know. I don't know if this was part of Adam Aaron's plan or not. It's hard to say. Is no one concerned that Adam Aaron wants to take away our right to vote on future dilution on AMC? When you say take away, uh, I mean, I feel like you're saying, Maggie, that taking away is us voting away our rights to future dilution. So it's not, he's not taking away our right to vote on future dilution. We would be giving up our right to future dilution. So I think that the way that you're wording that is disingenuous. We get to vote on that. Very poorly worded. See, I'm gonna have to edit the I'm gonna go ahead and edit the how fast things are going through here, guys, just because I can't keep up with it again, and I want to try to get to as many comments as possible. So in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, going 30-second mode now. Jim says pulling would be more stable for a rocket, but you would end up burning the rocket. Feel for Casey. If this thing doesn't squeeze soon, he's gonna have that beard another year. I hope not. Darren says gravity means you need to push. That's kind of what I'm leaning towards as well, Darren. But it doesn't. I don't know. Blarke says Costabaro tells me everything I need to know. Adam Aaron holding us hostage. Casey Shaw playing all sides, in my opinion. 4D chess checkmate. I don't. I mean, well, all right. Look, can you blame him, Sam? I mean, can you blame him? Why wouldn't any CEO of any company want to keep their investors? Put yourself in his shoes. AP HP Shifter says, what was the price of AMC the day before Ape? It was 1802. Trying to catch up to where you got. I'm trying to go back to the beginning. If I skip over somebody's message, I apologize. Raleigh Vermont says, Casey, I assume AMC is going to move to a low range today while Ape rises to a new high. I'm actually looking to see. I'm looking for over the next 2 to 3 days. I'm looking for AMC to actually start rising in price, and I think that Ape is going to retest like 180 to $2 before falling in price again. Novocaine, that I usually I know there's like a 10 to 15 second delay, so I try to give it a little bit of time. Slow the chat and larger type also. Casey's getting old. Thanks, Brian. Appreciate that. Uh, Ray, let me know what find that rule that you're talking about and let me know in regards to that halt rule. I'm not sure what you're talking about on that. But Donkey Kong's got a great point. I don't blame Adam Aaron for Ape. I blame some YouTubers and fake apes for the price action on Ape. There was quite a few people out there who were telling everybody to sell their Ape positions, and it's like, are you kidding me? Like those are just as important to hold as AMC. Like if you think AMC is important to hold, then you should be holding Ape just as much. And now where are half of those people who sold their Ape? Like some of them aren't even doing videos anymore. And it's just kind of one of those things where I go like, I don't know. I kind of tend to agree with Donkey Kong on this a little bit. There were a lot of YouTubers out there pushing for people to sell their apes, and it's like, dude, you suck. That's not what we. That's not the plan that we had from all along was to buy and to hold. So when you start telling people to sell their positions, uh, you know, its price is going to go down. Thoughts on voting on the conversion of the 1 to 10 reverse split? I'm going to read you, Tay, exactly what I put in my Discord because I think that's probably the best way I could probably say it. And y'all are wondering my viewpoint on the vote. Until I see a proxy, I have too many questions still to formulate one. I have never been in favor of reverse splits of for value of an investment, but that doesn't mean that I couldn't be convinced that we might need one. I think the threat has obviously caused the market to start treating AMC and APE differently, just like it did prior to the June run up when Adam Aaron had requested shares but ultimately took it off the table. There might be a chance that we see something happen before the vote was even necessary. The truth is, I have no idea how I would vote if I had to vote today. I will continue to stress that we need time to see how the market is going to react, and I think that's more important than voting yes or no. I don't I don't have um, I don't have an opinion that I formulated. We don't even have a proxy yet. Anybody who's coming up with a yes or no, anybody who's suggest, I'm going to say this: there's something really inherently wrong with people who are forcing yes or no ideas when we haven't even gotten a proxy yet. Like, how can you formulate a yes or no opinion when you have no idea what it is that you're entirely voting for? You have like a generalized idea. Like, it's ridiculous. Like, it's so ridiculous to think that there's people out there that are pushing yes or no votes, and we fully don't understand what it is that we're getting involved in. And it's just like, what the heck? Why would you be pushing yes or no's when you don't even know what's up here for the future to vote on? You have no idea. No idea. You don't know what price is going to look like in 30 days from now. You have no idea what the actual conditions are of what it is that we're voting on. Why the hell would you be putting out any opinions on yes or no votes? It's stupid. Just dumb. So dumb. I just don't understand it. And you know what? If they want to come back and challenge me to that, then I'll say like, okay, well then, how many shares are gonna? My very first question will be is, how many shares is AMC gonna get in a rebalance, right? And you're going to sit there and tell me you're voting yes or no on this, and you don't even know how many shares there's going to be in AMC that are going to be used to rebalance the stock. Come on. Like, you don't even understand the full dynamics of what it is you're voting for, and you're saying yes or no already. It's like, get out of here. Get out of here, you silly, crazy people. Get out of here. Just stop with the whole yes and no's. You don't understand what's even happening yet. Like, let it come to fruition and really kind of let it sink in first. Let the market move the price the way that they're going to move it, and then maybe we can start talking about yes and no's. But trying to talk about yes or no's right now, just stop. Like, it's ridiculous. Nick, I told everybody earlier that yesterday was the last day for me to spend time with my son before he goes back to his mom's house. So I didn't get a chance to watch anything yesterday at all. I wasn't even on my Discord at all. So, but I'll tell you what though, I am going to markets with me. I'm going to actually highlight what it is that you're writing right there, and I'm going to put it on my board, markets with May, and make sure that I watch that tonight. Because that is a video that I do want to see. I know she's talking about the bonds and how this is going to perhaps kind of mess around with the bonds a little bit, and so I am interested in looking into that because I'm not a huge expert on bonds. So I would love to see what her opinion is, or what I'm assuming it's a her. I don't know for sure. Um, what they have to say about it. Gus says, let's do a poll, yes or no. I don't even want to do that. I don't, like, you know what I'm pushing for more than anything, Gus? Like, I don't care whether you vote yes or no on this. I really don't. What I care more about is that you guys let the market have an opportunity to be able to make things happen first. Like, I'm actually more of a supporter of letting the market deal with itself than and playing things out than I am for a yes or no vote. So I'm my biggest thing that I'm going to try to be encouraging people to do is holding off on voting until we know what the market's going to do for this. The market's going to decide. It's going to try and show us what it is that it thinks is going to happen. And I think that should give us a really good idea as to maybe what it is or how we might want to vote. Steven says the reason she's bullish on APE is because of the abuse and short selling on of bonds. She explains it better than me. I want to go look at it. I can't wait to go watch it. Um, Salty Dog says I watched Markets with May. The production is too high end, and she is reading a script. Now, Salty Dog, you really got me wanting to watch it now. I've never even heard of her before. Like, this is the first time I've ever heard Markets. Like, I've actually, there's one other time a few weeks back where I did hear Markets with May. But this is now the second time that I've heard the name. And so, I do like to go see the new names that are kind of putting out videos just because I like to get an idea for who they are and what they stand for. Because I know that it ends up being a hot talking point later on down the road. I got you down, Apex, 425 to 725. I got Einstein's. I wonder if Keto did anybody see Keto put in his price prediction this morning? I don't know if Keto put his price prediction or not. I didn't see it. I'm gonna go to break here in a minute, guys. I don't want to do a poll yet, Gus. Let's wait. Let's wait on that poll until after we get a proxy out, and then we can start talking about stuff and seeing how people stand. But I have a feeling, my general perception right now, Gus, is that there are more people that are voting yes than there are no. But I am a little curious what people think, but I'm not going to be putting it out there because I really don't want to get into the whole speculation until after we get more information, until we get more information. Billy says, "Good morning, apes. Casey, make your breakfast." Some people want me to. It's really interesting. I've seen a lot of shills come out oftentimes when I leave. It's almost like they can't wait for me to go. Billy, I'm not trying to suggest that about you. I'm just saying it's really funny. Is like as soon as they take off, they start pouring in and they just start down, pushing narratives or whatever when I'm gone. And it's just I think it's really kind of funny sometimes how that happens. All right. Well, I will go, Billy. I'll tell you what. I'm going to take off and I will leave you guys. I will take off the slow mode. I'm taking it off here. And I think if I take it off, it's probably going to, anything you guys are writing, will probably erase it. Let me go ahead and change that over so you guys can talk as much as you want without having to be stopped by a slow mode. There it is. All right, I will put on some music and I will see you guys later. Nana, you've been kind of tracking uh, Keto's numbers. Did you happen to see Keto's numbers this morning yet? Real quick before I go. No, I know normally you watch for it for me, and I just haven't seen it yet this morning, so I was just curious if you'd seen it. Let's see here. Better put up the message. Don't worry about it, Nana. It's okay. Sleeping in is a good thing. Don't apologize. What time do I come back at? 8:15. You'd think by now I'd know. Alrighty, guys. I'll see you back 15 minutes before market open, and we'll take a look at the numbers, or not the numbers, but I'll give you my price prediction. See you guys in a bit. Alrighty, I'm back. So on my break, I actually went and listened to Markets with May. I listened to actually, what was the name of the video I watched? What is going on with Ape AMC? Question mark dash reverse stock split. Oops. So anyways, I watched that video and couple comments I guess I want to make regarding that, and I guess oh yeah, Keto, if you didn't put out your numbers yet, go ahead and put those out for me. One of the comments I'll make is that I found kind of interesting was she kept looking up and to the right. Now, typically speaking, up and to the right is not necessarily a great place to be looking when you're talking to somebody, because it tends to make people think that you're creating that you may be lying. I think the proper way to put it, I actually had to look it up because I couldn't remember what it's called, but it's a visual construction of something that it is that you're trying to create an idea of what it is that you want to say. In other words, like it's not really based off of like things that you were prepared to say, or history that you know. And so in this particular case, on hers, it looks to me more like she's looking up and to the right more because she has something there that she's reading from. Maybe it's perhaps like a uh, uh, bullet points that she wants to use for what it is that she's speaking about or whatever. But it does definitely feel very prepared. Harry Parrott says in poker, that's a tell. Yeah, I understand, but I think hers is more reading off of cards. The other part too is at the end of the video she says will put this. AO says she's scripted. Yeah, and that's the last part. That at the very end of the video she says if you guys want more of this kind of stuff, we'll put more of it in if you click these or whatever. I don't know what she said exactly, but the key word that I keyed in on was she said will, meaning like multiple people. So whatever she's doing is a production between her and maybe multiples of more than just her, right? So I don't know, and that's fine. I'm just telling you what it is that I'm kind of perceiving from what it is that she's saying. And there's nothing wrong with that. Like if she has like a husband or a boyfriend or a business partner that she's working with to put out the videos, great. That's awesome. That's great. I don't think she's an ape. Just based off of what she's saying, she's more of a day trader slash. I think she's just a day trader, and so be careful with that kind of stuff because um, everything that I heard in that video, there was one thing that she got wrong in there in that video that I watched that I think she kind of needed to research a little bit better. But the rest of the points that she had to say, and I do want to watch some more of the videos. Just be really careful, guys. Whenever you bring somebody into the community or you kind of embrace somebody from outside and you bring them into the community, the ideas that they want to sell to the community are not always healthy ideas. So just remember that she's not going to view this play the same way that we're viewing it. There's reasons why we are here and what it is that we're doing that are going to be completely um, not what a traditional trader would expect to see have happen or what they would even suggest that you should do, like holding through intense price movement downwards. Like she would probably never ever recommend doing something like that, and yet here we are. So you kind of have to kind of keep those things in check and remember that those people don't really understand what it means to be a true ape, and have lived through what it is that we've lived through. So yeah, just be careful about that. I'm not saying you can't listen to her. It's that would be stupid to say. I mean, definitely, she's got some good points. Real quickly here, I got to put my price prediction since I've already spent a lot of time talking about that. I do plan on watching a couple more of her videos just because I do want to see what it is that she's saying. Keto, I noticed that your price prediction for the day today is the same as yesterday, so I'm not going to change it. Let me go ahead and give my price prediction for the day today. I was kind of expecting to see AMC run a little bit. However, it looks like, let me just check something real quick here, but I think AMC's price kind of came down a little bit, but so did the rest of the market, starting at around like well, it really started coming down at around like 819. What time did AMC's price start coming down at? 8:30. So yeah, it was we kind of had like a delayed lag move down. So if the market's going to be moving down today, we probably will move with it. Um, Let me just look at what the futures are looking like real quick here. See if they're still up or down. Yeah, they're just kind of breaking even right now. Let me check one more thing. This is a great topic to talk about, actually, since we're here. I'm going to have you guys look at the SPY real quick here. I had kind of placed SPY on an ascending broadening wedge, which has like a 64% chance of falling down to the price on the secondary touching point, which I had mentioned to you guys was somewhere between 368 and 373. It's not quite back down to that after having broken, after falling out of this descending broadening wedge. It hasn't actually did get to 374. It got to 374. I didn't notice that a couple days back. 374 is about. It's really, really darn close to that secondary touching point. This market. This is the do or die point on the market. It really is. It's got a 64% chance of hitting a newer high from the secondary touching point on the top, which is going to be probably really close to either the 403. It's going to either be this 403 value or the 390, 393.87. Where is it heading to? This is kind of like a do or die moment here for the SPY. Is today the breakout or not? I don't think it is. I think we find out tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, Thursday or Friday. I think we'll find out which way this market's going to go in regards to heading up to a newer high from that I don't know 390 to 403 range, or it doesn't and it fails. But one way or the other, it's going to tell us very clearly which way the market's heading, and if we're going with the market, whichever way it goes. So I don't think today's going to be the day today. The question is whether or not there's going to be more consolidation. I think there will be more consolidation. I'm kind of expecting the breakout to be down. Let me just check. I know I'm running out of time here on my price prediction, so give me just a second because I really got to figure out which way this market's going. in order to be able to determine what my price prediction for the day-to-day on AMC is going to be. So we have descending, inside this wedge, we have descending price, and we have what looks to be like falling volume, which should mean upwards momentum in price. The line is pointing towards the bottom side of the wedge, meaning the price should break to the top side. But wouldn't the market love to punish and drive the opposite direction? What's this retest going to be here? 379. I think we're down today. I think we're gonna go down. I think it's gonna retest this line right here, perhaps, which could be right around like 379-ish. So if we're down in the market, we could see maybe like a 5% loss on AMC for the day today. $0.20. So we're looking at like, let's call it 380 for somewhere around there for prediction on AMC. And for APE, I actually tend to think that we're going to retest. I think we'll have a retest of like that 190 range one more time. I know it's starting out down, but I think we'll retest that. So I think we maybe have a finish I'm going to put 180 for the price on APE. So 560 minus a buck. I'm going to go 460 to 760 on my price prediction. Oof, barely got that in just enough time. Alrighty, guys, I will see you after market open.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Wait for that.
Rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now in S10.
Dan, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
I ponder of something great. My lungs will fill and then deflate. They fill with fire, exhale desire. I know it's dire, my time today. I have these thoughts so often I ought to replace that slot with what I once bought. Cause somebody stole my car radio and now I just sit in silence. Sometimes quiet is violent. I find it hard to hide it. My pride is no longer inside. It's on my sleeve, my skin will scream, reminding me of who I killed inside my dream. I hate this car that I'm driving. There's no hiding for me. I'm forced to deal with what I feel. There is no distraction to mask what is real. I could pull the steering wheel. I have these thoughts so often I ought to replace that slot with what I once bought. Cause somebody stole my car radio and now I just sit in silence. Of something terrifying, cause this time there's no sound to hide behind. To find over the course of our human existence, one thing consists of consistence, and it's that we're all battling fear. Oh dear, I don't know if we know why we're here. Oh my, too deep, please stop thinking. I liked it better when my car had sound. There are things we can do, but from the things that work there are only two, and from the two that we choose to do, peace will win and fear will lose. It is faith and there's sleep. We need to pick one, please, because faith is to be awake, and to be awake is for us to think, and for us to think is to be alive. And I will try with every rhyme to come across like I am dying to let you know you need to try to think. I have these thoughts so often I ought to replace that slot with what I once bought. Cause somebody stole my car radio and now I just sit in silence. Of something great. My lungs will fill and then deflate. They fill with fire, exhale desire. I know it's dire, my time today. I have these thoughts so often I ought to replace that slot with what I once bought. Cause somebody stole my car radio and now I just sit in silence.
a shoulder, puff out your chest, and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and APE, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw them! Real good. That's right, this is where we like to fling poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. All right, well, the title for the day today is Ape Valuation Was 36.5%. A lot of people were kind of wondering, like, what that's all about. And really what it is that when you took a look at what the total valuation that was given to Ape when it originally split away from AMC, it was 36.5% of the total valuation. It wasn't 50-50 like a lot of us were thinking it was supposed to be. We ended up getting a little bit less than that. So when you look at the closing price of AMC yesterday, it was, or actually let's say with Ape first, it was 191. So we're going to take the 191. We're going to add that to the AMC's final closing price of $4.04. And we get 595. 36.5% of that, or 0.365, is $2.17. The valuation of Ape yesterday, remember 217, the valuation of Ape yesterday before market close, or market close, at market close was $1.93, 191, 193. It was real close to that. So it was only off by like 20. What are we looking at here? 190. What did I say? 191. Let's see. What was the number I said? 217. Yeah, 217. So 17 plus 8 cents on top of that. So we're looking at 25 cents, right? So the price closed 25 cents lower than the total valuation spread. So I think, based on what, especially based, I mean, it seems like it's pretty obvious based on what we're seeing happen is that the rebalancing has been completed. It overshot the rebalancing a little bit, but it does look to me like we're back in that range of where valuation should be currently. So any trading that goes on from this point forward would probably not necessitate the idea that there's more rebalancing being required. Now, do note Ape opened up this morning under 10% less. I think that there was a very definitive reason for why that happened, and it's more than likely is that they need that short share restrictions lifted, and that's why you saw price start out the day. They didn't want to have to fight the price down. They just went ahead and dropped it in the pre-market hours, and here we are sitting at where we're at right now at $1.78. We did have a retest of 185, which is really close to that secondary blue line on Ape, which was 187.4. And what that number was is a synthetic price failure reset, or a 15% increase in price from our last low. I did mention earlier this morning that I felt like we might see a retest of the top to within somewhere around $1.90 to $2. And so we got to within 5 cents of that, and now it's starting to turn back around the other direction. I don't know if that will be the last retest. But a synthetic price failure doesn't get reset until it hits $1.87. So it would need to drive past that in order to get some kind of retest, or to reset the synthetic price failure so it could come back down another 20%. On AMC, we started out really strong on AMC this morning as well. But we're right back down to pretty much where we started from in the early morning hours. We're just about breaking even right now, and there is support at $4 that we're finding, but it's just kind of struggling right now. Deborah, I did see your message earlier, and I kind of responded to it. I don't know who Jeff is exactly. I'll have to take a look into it. Thank you for mentioning that, though. I appreciate that. Brian says, I hope Casey mentions Stan Lee. Stan Lee, I have a whole wall downstairs on our wall, excuse me, above our family room TV. We have like every, well, I don't want to say every. We've got majority of the major Marvel movie characters on the wall with Stan Lee right in the middle. They're really cool. In fact, you know what? I'll put a picture up, Brian, in Discord later, showing you the wall of this art that I think a local artist did, and it's a pretty cool wall. I like it. I think it's kind of neat to have all those pictures up there, but I'll kind of throw it up there so you can see it in Discord later. But I did not know that it was his birthday today, so happy birthday to Stan Lee. All right, rip. He has passed away, of course. Would have been his birthday. Bader Inibish says, good morning, all. I feel today will be a great day. Bader, good to see you. Junito, good morning to you, sir. Pro Jeweler says, Casey, so during SSR, brokers are not allowed to short sale restricted. So they are, but only on the uptick. They're only supposed to be able to short sale when the price is moving upwards. So there, I can perhaps link you to, if you really want to go read up on that, I can link you to something for that, but just let me know. Ubi, I give out every Friday. I kind of give out for anybody who wants to join the Discord. Every Friday, I give out a link for people who want to come to the back of the Big Tramp and talk. So I'll give it out on Friday. Stephen, that's a great question in regards to whether or not Ape is going to drag down the price of AMC. It's not going to drag it down. It's not going to the value. It's really actually kind of a complicated formula that we're going to have to use. But I'm going to wait for the proxy because I'm not sure exactly how they're going to do it. But my guess is that if it truly indeed is trading at a 1-to-1 value, then what we should see is just simply the merger of Ape into AMC and the value being added. It shouldn't be much more complex than that, but there will be some. I mean, there's a few things that I don't know if there's some things that could make it more complicated that I haven't seen yet because there is no proxy released. So the answer to the question is an unknown at this point until we know for sure how many AMC shares there's going to be compared to Ape shares. I need to see that. Turtle, how's it going? Make sure you get your work done. Don't let this be a distraction to you. Make sure you're always doing 110% of your best work you possibly can. Dr. Zeno says what they're allowed to do and what they do are two different things. That is absolutely true. As we well know, they factor in breaking the rules into the cost of doing business. So it's not like we haven't seen the rules broken before. Yes, Salty Dog, that is correct. She's looking at it from the perspective of somebody who's only purchased Ape shares. Do note that she's actually admitted in the video that I just got watching. She's kind of looking at it from a biased perspective of somebody who's purchased in only on Ape and the valuation. And she definitely, I think in the very first video that I watched of hers, she admits that for people who are looking at from a perspective of holding only AMC or only holding AMC and APE, as having a different perspective of people who have only purchased APE. So I think she made that pretty clear. I felt in the first video that I just got done watching. Belarke says 110% is our cost to borrow. Yo, I don't want him to rush at all. I actually want him to delay as long as possible that the release of the proxy. We need to see these markets. We need to see what's going to end up happening from the last 3 days worth of volume movement. Papa, I think that it is a possibility. I think Adam Aaron has two different scenarios in mind, if not three. There may be three, or there could even be possibly more than that. But I think one of the scenarios is that making this announcement could potentially cause the stock to be traded the way that it's supposed to be traded, and then he would never actually have to go through with any of the proposals that they've set forward or placed in front of us, given to us. I have no words, guys. I'm so bad. I'm so bad with words. It's just like whatever. Do you know what I mean? All in AMC says I rather see the vote in a few months. That's kind of what I'm leading for. I'd like to see um, the middle to end of February and no sooner, if possible. Hey Brian, I'm gonna do this just. I'm not trying to be a jerk or anything like that, Brian, but I try to tend to have people like not post how many shares they purchased, unless you just say something like 10. Just let us know. And congratulations on your extra additional shares that you have purchased. I think that's great, but I really am just trying to protect people here in regards to purchasing of shares. I know people are targeted, and I have factual evidence of people being targeted because of shares that they've purchased. So I try to keep that. I just remove it for your safety. I actually kind of want to go get another cup of coffee, guys. We got about 10 minutes more here before I do the numbers. So if you guys wouldn't mind me stepping away for just a minute, I think I'm going to go make another pot of coffee real quick here. Or not a pot, but a cured cup, of coffee. Coffee. I've always wanted to be able to say coffee like they do in New York. And no matter how many times I say it or try to say it exactly like they do, they say it so like, it's just so awesome the way they say caffy. It's like like hot cotch, coffee. I really just wish I could say coffee the way they do though. And there we go. Lon Jericho says coffee. Oh, that's actually by you writing it with the CW like that, coffee. That is actually how they say it. It's like coffee. Yeah, a cup of coffee. Actually, I really love the way they say it though. I think it's just hilarious. Dr. Zeno, I'm so glad you heard that. I finally got you back, Dr. Zeno. All those ahs. All right, give me just a second, guys. I'm going to step away for just a minute to make some more of this coffee. I can't say it again. Wait, I got to read it. Coffee. There we go. I got to remember like Kwanzaa or something like that. Coffee. You cotched yourself. Maybe I did. All right, I'll be right back. All right, well, that thing's running. I can always come back over here and talk to you guys. Coffee. I don't know why it is. There's just certain words that I like. Certain dialects of different languages. When they say it, it's just kind of like, oh man, I wish I could say it like that. Like I think Australian accents are some of the coolest accents out there. Like, who doesn't want to talk like an Australian? Like, does anybody here? Like, it's probably if anybody can say they don't want to talk like they don't want to have an Australian accent, they would probably be somebody from Australia, because everybody else in the rest of the world would love to have just that Crocodile Dundee talk. You fucking Wonka. I I think they have the best accent ever. I just absolutely love. I could sit and listen to somebody from Australia all day long tell stories, and it'd be the best thing ever. Cold-hearted, I can't give you any. I can't. I can't give you any financial advice. I can't tell you that you'll be okay for anything. There's always an inherent risk when you're investing money in the marketplace. I will say that. I think the one thing would tell you, cold-hearted, is to abide by the three rules that I've got set forth in the description here. One, only buy shares with money you don't need in the foreseeable future. Two, buy and hold. Three, only use a good broker who allows pre-market and after-hour trading. Cash account, no margin accounts. Those are three great rules no matter where it is that you're investing. It doesn't matter. Even the buy and hold is really good on other stocks as well. I mean, if you know where the right point is to get out at, buying and holding that position through downwards momentum doesn't mean that it won't be profitable in the future. So buy and hold is truly and honestly an investor type attitude, and that's what the marketplace should be about: is investing, not gambling. So uh, unfortunately, the marketplace has tried to turn it into a gambling type atmosphere so that they can take your money, which is what we're trying to change. So Plague says Casey's Scottish accent is better. Don't get me wrong, Plague. I do love Scottish accents as well. I think those are really good. I I'd have to get a Scottish accent and a Australian accent right next to each other so I could see which one I like more. Don't think I've ever seen that before, and two in the one place. But I do like the Scottish accent as well. Not gonna lie. All right, the coffee sounds like it got done. I'll be right back again. What you talking about, Brian? Texas accents are funny too. What- you're from Texas, Brian. Get out of here. I'll be right back. So I'm sitting here making my coffee, and I'm coffee, coffee. I'm sitting here making my coffee, and I'm thinking about, like, how I make my coffee. And I'm just kind of sitting there wondering how you guys like your coffee. Um, so I'm actually gonna put up a poll on it just because I'm just really curious. Hold on a second. I have to figure out how to make this smaller. Give me 1 second. All right, there we go. I've got the poll out for you guys. How do you like your coffee, with creamer and sugar or sweetener? Creamer only, sweetener only, or straight up unleaded? My dad, my dad probably would not. My dad would be like, there is anything else. So my dad, being the military guy that he is, uh, he would have said to me, anything with sweetener or creamer in it's just candy coffee. That's not really coffee. And so in his terms, all I ever drank was candy coffee. But I'm calling it straight up unleaded, uh, just for funs. But I personally, I like creamer and sweetener in my coffee. However, I can drink it with just creamer or with just sweetener. But I can't drink it without one or the other. I gotta have something in it. AMC to the Moon says whiskey. That's good. Whiskey, I've never tried that in coffee before, but I'm sure it's probably pretty good. Ayo says, damn, we got a lot of unleaded folks. People like pain, man. That's what it comes down to, is people like pain. Um, the one thing I've never understood is, like, why anybody would drink uh, what's the term I'm looking for? Decaf. I can't even call it. I don't understand why anybody would drink decaf coffee, and I've heard people say it's for the taste, and I go, like, you drink decaf coffee for the taste? That makes no sense to me. I've never understood that. Which it just I don't know. I don't get it. You're a different kind of species if that's how you like your coffee. All day 365 says no caffeine. WTF is the point. That's my point. That's exactly what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like, why? Why even drink? You're just drinking dirty water at that point. Like, I mean, I just don't get it. I really don't get it. Hmm. American Trader wants to correct me and say decaf is unleaded. I should have probably clarified. I will clarify then. Straight up unleaded. I should have put leaded. I should have put straight up leaded. You're correct. You're right. Unleaded would be um, decaf. But in this particular vote right here, I misspoke, and so it should have been straight up leaded. Just go ahead and ignore my mistake on that, and assume that means that you're just drinking a black. Straight up, nothing in it whatsoever. Thank you for that correction, American Trader. I appreciate that. Ubi says, I used to drink coffee with creamer, but as I get older, I've been using less and less creamer. Preacher says, after 20 plus years of smoking, unleaded is the only bitter pleasure I have left for me. Preacher, what is up with that? What is up with smoking and drinking leaded coffee? Tom says decaf is for people who have heart issues and love the taste of coffee. See, that's what I don't get though, Tom. I don't feel like you can love the taste of coffee. I just don't understand that part. I don't understand like who can love the taste of coffee. Thick, good to see you this morning. Brian says drinking decaf is like drinking O'Doul's. I'd so agree on that. All right, guys, it's 9:02. It's time to do the numbers. I don't know why, but I needed a second cup of coffee today. I got plenty of rest last night, so yeah, I love the smell of coffee. I don't like the taste, which is why I put something in it. I've heard, buzzing, that they don't actually take out all of the caffeine. In fact, I've heard some places that serve coffee, sometimes that the caffeine levels are actually way higher than they're supposed to be in decaffeinated coffees, which is kind of unusual. But it is time to take a look at the numbers, guys. Smoking and drinking coffee leaded is something I feel like straight out of my childhood. My dad used to smoke and drink coffee all the time. Let me. I'm going to log into my broker, so I'm going to give you guys a quick little speech on two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to get it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that should not be in your account. So save yourself some trouble and protect yourself a little bit of extra. Try it out now. Now would be a great time to try it out while things aren't going crazy and wild and nuts. And when you do set up two-factor authentication through your broker, make sure that you have a secondary device that can receive the code in case something happens to your primary device. But let's take a look at what we got going on here in the marketplace and see where our numbers are heading and see if we can't make some sense as to why things are moving the way that they are. Let's see what we got going on. Price predictions for the day today. Since this is the first run through for the day, I kind of go through all the numbers. First run through since market open. We're going to go through all the numbers. I've got for price predictions for the day today, I've got, oh, and by the way, guys, this is not meant as financial advice. This is just simply five apes who are trying to get together on price prediction tally points on the combined price of AMC and APE, and just kind of like, figure out where we think price is moving to as a fun little competition. It is not meant as financial advice. I have a price prediction of 460 to 760. Eric has 5 to 8. Keto has 478 to 778. Einstein has 519 to 819. And Apex has 425 to 725. Yesterday, I think Einstein was the only person. Yeah, Einstein was the only person to not receive a price prediction tally point. He missed it by 5 cents. I know how painful that is. It sucks, man. I hate missing those numbers because. Hold up a second here. I just realized something's not looking right here on the page. Oh, I see what it is. I hate missing by that much because it's so close. But he's got a couple more chances here to win out this week. We'll see how he does. Short exempt volume 518.4 thousand shares for AMC yesterday because SSR was tripped and we had low volume. The number was still high. APE had 922.1 thousand shares in short exempt volume, extremely high. If you add the last 3 days of trading, and this is one of the reasons why I said I don't want to rush a proxy vote on these proposals, because over the last 3 days we've seen almost 3 million in short exempt volume on APE. Within 35 trading days or 7 weeks of this happening, we should see some forced buying pressure on that stock. So I'm kind of the opinion where I want to see this. I want to see 7 weeks worth of trading happen before we kind of make any decisions, because we might actually like what Ape ends up rising to in price. I mean, who knows? We'll see. I want to give it some time. So utilization, we're on day number 2 of 100% utilization on AMC. Ape rose. Oh, I didn't change that earlier this morning. Ape actually rose quite a bit day over day to 90.16%. Let me change that real fast here. 90.16% utilization on APE. Very huge amount. That and I'll show you guys the numbers here in a little bit, but what that tells me is that there's less shares available to borrow right now than there was yesterday, because the on loan amount only increased by 400,000 shares. So you don't just go suddenly from 70 something percent to 90% unless shares available to borrow dramatically reduced. So again, the magic number I'm seeing, I need to see that I want it to be above, is 95%. Day over day price increase yesterday. AMC was down 8.41 and APE was up 10.4%. Taking a look at max pain, it is $5. It was $5 yesterday. It's $5 today. No change to max pain. The market is insinuating that that's going to close out by the end of the week at around $5. Taking a look at off exchange, by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 44% going through the off exchange. EDGX to have somewhere between 10 and 11%. Currently, we have 57.82% going through the off exchange on AMC and 10.69 through EDGX, for a grand total 68.51% when we shouldn't be seeing more than 54%. So we're about 14.5% higher than where we should be by this time of the morning. No CHX volume for AMC so far for the day. On APE, off exchange volume is at 51.7%, and EDGX at 11.26 for a grand total 62.96. Also very, very high. Not quite as high, but about 12. Oh no, wait, higher than that. No, that's right. 8.96% higher than where it should be. CHX volume, nothing unusual to report on APE. CHX volume on GME is currently showing nothing unusual. HYMC CHX volume is showing elevated volume, but it's too early really to kind of count it. It's showing about 0.12% of the total daily volume so far, when the normal 30-day average is 0.07. But it only equates to 300 shares, so don't get a freak out yet on that one. Taking a look at, let's see what's next. Institutional ownership. See what we got going on over there. Earlier this morning, it was reported at 140.185 million shares. That value is still the same. Taking a look at the options. Highest amount of open interest this morning for calls was at a $5 strike. And for puts, it was at $3. So it dropped $1 on the put side. Current volume for this morning on the calls is at a $4.50 strike. That is up. No, that's exactly what it was yesterday. Sorry, take that back. 6,000 shares so far in contract, or 6,000 contracts so far this morning. On the put side, highest amount of contracts is at a $3.50 strike. That's down 50 cents from yesterday. And there's currently 2,000 contracts. So market's insinuating a closing price somewhere between $3.50 and $4.50 by the end of the day today on AMC. Oops, give me 1 second here. I gotta move a couple of screens around, and then I can take you over to the other page. Give me 1 second. Alrighty, let's take a look at what we got going on here. Starting with combined price of AMC and APE, we're currently at $5.64. When we first had the 8K come out, the combined price was $5.98. So we are down a little bit from there. We are finding a little bit of support on this descending level of support right here that I've got showing up from a past historical trend that's shown both levels of support and resistance from the past. So that's still holding up right there as a level of support. It is heading down. Price is heading down to this Fibonacci retracement of $5.54, which is about 10 cents lower than where we're at currently. Taking a look at Ortex. So far this morning, 0 shares borrowed so far. Yep, 0 shares borrowed so far on AMC this morning, at least according to what's being shown here. It's only showing, something's not right here though. It's showing borrowed changes in NA. There we go, finally populated. All right, 900,000 shares having been returned so far this morning. That's going to have the effect of reducing the estimated short share interest of the free float to 21.51%. Cost to borrow min is 208.69, average is 279.44, and max is 323.94%. Absolutely massive of cost to borrow amounts right now. Shares on loan for the day-to-day is 179.33 million shares. That is 400,000 shares less on loan today than there was yesterday. And I'm estimating, and it wasn't even Ortex because Ortex is actually showing a higher amount of estimated short share interest of the free float right now due to the reported new numbers for short interest yesterday. But I'm estimating about, of that 400,000 shares returned yesterday, about 125,000 that was in short interest that was likely returned or closed out. Let's take a look at what this all looks like though. There's our 100% utilization for 2 straight trading days after we did have a little bump down last week. We'll zoom in on this just a tad bit here. On loan amount currently day over day, like I said, decreasing from 179.79 to 179.33. On loan average age per day is still going upwards since there wasn't enough shares returned to lower that. It's gone from 82.21 to 83.14. Exchange reported short share interest of the free float. The estimated amount is currently showing at 21.57%, up from 19.42. The reason for that being, and I got to get rid of all the rest of these lines on here so you can see it, but the reason for that being is that the exchange reported short interest ended up being higher than what they anticipated. So there was a big jump up it's to rebalance the estimation on where short interest is. So overnight, it essentially added about 11 million shares. I want to say it was about 11 million shares to the total amount of short interest on the books, estimated. Security lending volume driving upwards day over day from 5.11 million to 8.1 million. And failure to delivers have not yet reported and will report probably in a day or two from now. Maybe a couple days. A couple days from now, we should get some more failure to deliver reports. Taking a look at APE. So far for the day-to-day on APE, it's showing 749,000 shares having been borrowed so far for the day-to-day. That's going to leave the estimated short share interest up a little bit to 7.42%. We currently have a cost to borrow min at 13.33, average at 14.32, and there is no max. I don't even know what that means. I don't know what that means when you have no max. I would think that I don't know how you could come up with an average when you're not going to report what the max is. That's really kind of interesting. I don't think I've ever seen that happen before. You should at least have. I have seen it been reported before where our average and our min and our max are all the same value, which means that only one lender has loaned shares. So it kind of gives you the same value for all 3. But in this particular case, we're actually getting an average, but no max reported here. So I'm not sure what's going on with that. That's a new one. Utilization. Oh, wait a minute. It's saying service error. Please try again later. This could mean that they're having difficulties. Let me try refreshing this one more time to see if it's not going to come through. It's kind of odd to not see max populate in there, and my guess is, there we go. Max is showing up now. 15.41% cost to borrow max. Shares on loan for the day-to-day is at 32.75 million shares. That is 400,000 more shares on loan today than there was yesterday. Utilization, again, is at that 90.16%. I want to see higher than 95. That tends to lead to issues. But let's take a look at what these numbers all look like. There's our utilization day over day driving upwards. Here's our on loan amount and where that moved to. And you'll see here that only 400,000 more shares were on loan day over day, but yet our utilization drove from 75% all the way up to 90%. And so what that tells you is that somebody's not willing to borrow shares like they were before. But what does that mean, Casey? Well, I'll tell you. If they absolutely believe that this is going to pass with the conversion of these of APE into AMC, they may no longer be willing to loan out shares like they were from the past. It may be too risky, so brokers may decide to pull back on how many shares they're lending, and therefore utilization ends up rising because the amount of shares that are available to borrow is falling. The other thought process behind this would be is that if you wanted to try and increase the amount of money that you were going to make, and you knew that loaned positions were going to be highly needed, you might reduce your amount of shares being allowed to be borrowed so you could drive up your borrow rates, forcing them into higher borrowing fees. When I say them, I'm talking about anybody who's borrowing shares. So what does that look for our on loan average age per day? It's still rising from 26.98 to 27.22. Estimated short share interest of the free float rising also from 7.24 to 7.37, and security lending volume day over day decreasing pretty dramatically from 17.42 down to 3.84 million shares. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight, ninth. Okay, APE is showing up ninth on most heavily traded stocks by Fidelity customers. We currently have a 73% buy to 27% sell ratio. What did I just say? It was at 8th, 9th, 10th. Looks like GME is coming in at 10th. 86% buys to 14% sell ratio. And AMC's looks like it's 13th position, most heavily traded stock with 77% buys to 23% sell ratio. All three of those looking extremely good. I love to see the buy sell ratio above 60-40. I think that's very, very strong. SSR triggers today at $3.63 for AMC. APE triggers at 1.719. Neither have triggered for the day today. I take that back. Sorry. APE already triggered today. So SSR is on for APE. Shares available to borrow. Earlier this morning, there was 130,000 shares available to borrow in the ETFs. Those were borrowed. Last fee amounts that we were seeing was about 105%. But since nothing's available, those numbers are extremely high. In those ETFs, those 130,000 shares have already been returned. So they were only borrowed for a very short period of time from 7 o'clock. Oh, now it says no data. Okay, give me a second here, guys. I need to look at something real fast. I just want to make sure I'm not going to lose you guys. 1 second. Use. It's me. It's not you. All right. Hopefully I just fixed it. All right, here we go. NASDAQ is up 0.32. Dow Jones is up 0.08. S&P 500 is up 0.19. We currently have 3,443 advancers to 3,121 decliners. The market is advancing over declining, just barely. Currently, we have U.S. dollar is at 104.08, down 0.09%. Oil is down 5.7. Mortgage-backed securities are up about 0.07 to 0.09, and SPY is up 0.19. We've got the VIX down 1.89. VB is down 0.18. VBR is down 0.35. Tesla is up 3.24. Amazon is up 0.4. Cinemark down 1.72. Doge is down 2.28. Bitcoin is up 0.19. GME is down 4.67. HYMC is down 6.25. Hood is up 0.39. CS is down 2.39. NCMI is up 0.12. APE is down 11.78 and AMC is down 2.3%. On the inflow versus outflow on AMC, we have approximately $600,000 more inflow than outflow with 5.52 million shares traded so far. Let me check and see what kind of pace we're on here. After 52 minutes of trading, we are on a pace for 41.4 million shares traded by the end of the day today. It does look to me like we're on the right pace to be hitting 10 to 30 million shares, which is what I predicted in the pre-market. On a 1 hour time interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 33.88, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 31.58, which is below average, almost signaling oversold. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 38.25, which is below average. On APE, there is currently $1.3 million more outflow than inflow. 14.15 million shares traded so far for the day today. After 53 minutes of trading, putting us on a pace for 104.12 million shares traded by the end of the day today. In pre-market, I suggested APE would trade somewhere between 50 and 70 million shares by the end of the day today. I've tried to rebalance my pre-market volume predictions to try and more dial in on what I think volume is going to be for the day. So we'll see if I don't do a little bit better of a job today than I did the last 2 trading days that I've guessed volume. On a 1 hour time interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 42.55, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 35.98, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure, but it's whipsawing on Vortex indicator with RSI at 41.38, which is below average. There looks like there is some news out. I don't really care. It doesn't look like it's really pertaining to us. On APE, on a 1 hour time interval, we have the lagging line hitting the price line, which is a pretty hefty sell for anybody that would have gotten in. So, for example, anybody who is swing or day trading this would have seen this as they would have seen this in the pre-market hours as being a sell signal. Conversion is crossing the base, also signaling selling pressure incoming, and we also have a thinning portion of the cloud today before we see a thick portion of the cloud. So likelihood of them trying to drop price by the end of the day to down around $1.47 on APE is a very strong likelihood. On a 1 hour time window, in order for this to become a big buy signal again, you would have to see price drive above $2.28. On a 4 hour time window, you have lagging line still above price line, and price is still above the baseline, but has broken through the conversion line. There is a green cloud forming in the futures starting on, say, I think it's Monday or Tuesday, Wednesday of next week. And that price point would be around $1.30 to $1.47. So we may be seeing additional pressure to kind of push this back down. We did see a retest of $1.85 earlier this morning, right off of market get-go, and that may have been the retest of the top of the 228 from earlier, and may not continue to see more upwards momentum unless there's some strong buying pressure that comes in. On AMC, on a 1 hour time interval, lagging line is below price line, conversions below base. Price is needing to come up to about $4.54 before we would see some kind of big buying signal that would come in here. We do have forecast on options signaling for a 350 to 450 close by the end of the day today. So we probably will see price move around quite a bit within that range, one way or the other. But getting above 454 would be ideal for seeing huge price movement upwards. And on a 4 hour chart, again, 450 seems to be like the magic number that we would need to see in order to see some more buying pressure coming in as well. If price could get up to 450, we would be hitting right on the base And some investors may see that as like a signal for buying at 454. I don't think that we would see the conversion crossing the base at that price, and the lagging line certainly wouldn't be over the price line. But you may see some added buying pressures showing up since the base is right at 454. We do have a thinning portion of the clouds starting on Friday. So I'm kind of expecting to see price to try and get above 520 before Friday. Do note that max pain is $5 for this week, so this temporary push down is more than likely to try and close out positions that are put positions that are open that are at 350. And with that, I can see what it is you guys are writing again. Actually, not yet. Give me a second here. I gotta fix some stuff up here. Alrighty. Casey, when was the last green day on AMC? Seems like weeks ago. The last green day on AMC was we actually had 3 green days. We were up on 1220, we were up on 1221, and we were up on 1222. The closing price, let me just make sure that's right here. 508, 530, and actually, okay, so no, so it would have just been 2 of the days. 1220 to 1221 were both green days. We actually closed lower on 1222. So it's been less than a week. The problem is, who actually asked that question? I got to go back and see. Tank Dog. The problem is, Tank Dog, is that when you're focusing on the price on a daily basis, uh, time kind of gets blurred a little bit, and especially if you're panicking, it's going to seem like things are happening differently than how it actually has happened. So you got to remember. Jim says only a few dollars away from me being able to buy the company outright. John says Avatar 2 crossed the 1 billion mark. Down we go. You and my mom have something in common then. My mom does not drink coffee. She is a tea drinker as well. And that's not meant to be as a put down or anything. So, in regards to where price is moving on Ape, let me explain something to you guys. If a synthetic price failure occurs, which it did at $1.78, when a synthetic price failure occurs, anything below that price is going to be paper hands. So this more than likely means that there's been some paper hands that are going on here, and I would expect that. I mean, we had a big, huge run up from 60 cents up to $2 and what was it, 25 cents or something like that. Hold on a second, I gotta pull up my sheet again here. Pull up my sheet. Let's see, 228. We went from 65 cents to 228, which was a 250.77% increase in price. I guarantee you that there are people who are trying to profit off of that swing, and they will be leaving their positions as fast as they can when they start seeing price drop. And so you will see paper hands. These are not true investors, guys. These are not people. These are just simply investors who wanted to try and ride out a price increase, and then they're gone just as fast as they came. So You're going to see rebalancing is going to go back down. As I kind of expressed to you guys earlier, as AMC's prices is coming down, if you add these two prices together and it's anywhere near 36.5%, then some of this kind of makes some sense to you. So if you take the current two prices right now, let me just add them up together. 393 and 1.539 times 0.365. $1.99 is what I'm getting right now. So we're about 40 cents off of where we should be, almost 50 cents off of where we should be in a perfect rebalancing. So if there were some paper hands along the way on the rebalancing, like, once the price hit that top of $2.20, what did I say, 226, 228, if there were some paper hands along the way, then you're going to see a little bit of a downwards pressure on price. Other than Tesla, everything else is down right now. SPY is down 0.13 at 380. SPY I kind of looked at earlier this morning to kind of show you guys. It does look to me like within the next 24 to 48 hours we could see a potential change in which direction the market's going to be heading. I do think there's going to be a retest of this bottom on the wedge that's forming here. I don't think we're quite ready for the breakout just yet. I think that might be coming tomorrow. Most of the pattern analysis of this is suggesting that the price should go upwards and break this wedge going up, but I have a very strong feeling that this is actually going to go the opposite direction of where it looks like it's going to go. The quote-unquote rug pull. $36.5% of the total valuation is how much Ape got originally, Jim. It should be 1-to-1, but it wasn't. It never got a 1-to-1 valuation ever. How do we trade 40 billion shares when the float is locked? I don't think that the float's locked necessarily. I mean, I know what you're saying. The float is entirely owned. We shouldn't be able to see this kind of volume over these many days, which I think is a very clear indication as to the amount of synthetic positions that are out there that exist in order to have that kind of volume being traded. It's a very good point, Jim. It's a really good point, and it's kind of I think in a roundabout way, what it is that you're discovering or you're realizing is that that's the proof behind the pudding. It really is the proof behind the pudding as to the fact that this stock is heavily manipulated. Brian, as of right now, I don't know of any date. Roseanne, I'm not saying a crash is coming. All I'm saying is that within the next 24 to 48 hours, I think that we're going to see a trend as to which direction the market's going to be moving. It could move up, but I think we'll know within the next 24 to 48 hours. Black Mold says there's an old adage on Wall Street, it's never a good sign when the stock price displays 3 digits to the right of the decimal point. Well, guess what, Black Mold? It's not the first time we've been here. We've been at this spot more than once. Multiple times, actually. You may not have been, but I know I have. Wait, have I? Yes, I have. Wait, 5. Yeah, maybe. I'm trying to remember back to. Actually, I may not have. I'm thinking back. I'm trying to think back when we got down to about $5, and I don't think we ever breached five. So there may have not been 3 decimal points behind it when I got in this, but I know that there are people that have been a part of this long enough to remember that. Brian says black mold is a well-known shill. Okay, doesn't bother me any. It tells it. I've never. I'll tell you one thing. I've never seen so many people interested in my investment before. I've been invested in plenty of losers in my lifetime, and this is the first time ever that I've seen this many people be this interested in my investment when it's supposedly a quote unquote losing investment. I've never seen anything like it. Nothing even comes close. I've had coworkers kind of show me a little bit, kind of just the typical coworker bashing that goes on, but never anything quite like this. Projuler says black mold in this chat is a good sign. I mean, it tells me we're on the right track. When you've got this many people, when you've even got people who aren't invested in it who want to talk about it, that's good news. Turtle says, Casey, ideas for what 2023 brings, Q4 earnings, and the future for AMC and APE. Man, that's such a big question. Billy says, I bought AMC at 2 before GME squeeze. Yeah, so you know what it's like to have seen these triple digits before. Hopefully, we'll see 3 digits on the other side of the decimal place eventually. I believe we'll get there. In regards to what you said, Turtle, though, what do I think 2023 brings? Well, we know the AMC credit card's coming. We know the popcorn's coming. We know that there's a lot of the lineup for movies that are coming for next year are pretty hot and heavy. There's a good list of movies out there that are set to release for this next year. We also know that Avatar 2, a lot of its earnings are actually going to come, and they're going to be in the Q. Like, our Q4 is not going to look nearly as good as I would have liked it to be, only because of the fact that Q1 is going to steal a lot of the Avatar 2 revenue. So just go ahead and chalk up Q1 as looking pretty decent for us going into Q1 just because of Avatar 2 alone. But I think Q4 earnings aren't going to be nearly as good as I'd like to see. I would expect to see it. It might be our third worst quarter of this year. Might be. We'll see what the numbers tend to bring. It might be a really close runner up for second. And when I say third worst, it's because you got your first and your second, your third and your fourth. So I mean it's the bottom half. So that's why I say third worst. But it may actually beat out. It may take second best quarter. It's gonna be close. I don't know. We'll find out when we get there. In regards to the future for AMC and Ape, I mean, I don't even want to. I don't even want to guess. Not until the proxy comes out. Okay. So Paul. Uh, Actually, I guess I'll just go with Jason. Jason is saying, Casey, exactly where were the warnings for Enron, Sears, etc. I don't. They're There were some out there, but there wasn't a whole lot. Jim, it's a great question, man. Why does why does a popcorn stock have 20% daily swings and trades 10 to 50% of its float daily? That is the question. Myself says I once was invested in a company in Chapter 11, and not once did anyone remind me how much the company sucked. I know, it's crazy, right? Janice says, I hope people in 401ks stand up to the market and say this isn't working. Our money cannot be gambled by hedge funds. Our retirement system has been looted and pillaged. It's rough, Jana. Two different times in my lifetime, I've been in that situation where watching the 401k just drop, and you're going like, there's not really even a safe place to go. It sucks. It really does suck. Um, there's not really a whole lot they can do. Turtle, you're welcome. AO says 401ks was the biggest scam on the public ever. I don't, I don't necessarily agree with that, AO. The problem is that people, I don't think they normally take care of their 401ks like they're supposed to. It really is meant to be an investment, and if you invest into it long term, you do make money. I understand where you're kind of going with the idea of a 401k being a scam. However, I do believe that it is a good retirement investment. And if managed well, can be. I don't think there's any problem with them, honestly. John says, when does the fourth quarter end? I don't remember the exact date. I'd have to go and look, John. Um, if you want me to, I can. Give me a second. This is saying December 31st, but I feel like um, there's a different date though for when they actually have a cutoff for numbers. I don't know it off the top of my head. I do feel like there's a date that is different, but I don't know what it is off the top of my head. We don't know when the proxy is going to come out. Down we go, but I have a feeling it might not be within the first 30 days. Petrifier says, I'm still holding Blockbuster. Looking at diversification to Toys R Us, it was just Christmas and the sales should be strong. I don't even know if that's like for real or what. I don't know if you know this or not, Petrifier, but they did try to make a comeback. I don't know. I shouldn't say did, but they did start rebranding Toys R Us, and where was it? Is it Kohl's or I can't remember what department store it is, but I think they are rebranding, or at least trying to come back to some extent. Ding ding dong dong says, Casey, didn't we say that markets going down is the best thing for us and margin calls? Yes. Yeah, Arby says, I remember looking at my 401k after 9/11 in 2008. It took time to come back. It does. It takes about a couple of years. If managed well, though, and you don't change your positions too much, they usually do come back pretty well. Jay says, Casey, thanks for being calm and cool in a time of rocky times between apes and retail investors. Yeah, not a problem, man. Not a problem. Just remember, guys, that in a 401k, once you and this is the whole thing behind buy and hold. Once you do sell off that position, you've accepted those losses. There is no getting that money back. If you truly and honestly believe that the market will rebound at some point, it's better to change how you're investing your money, the new money that you're putting into your 401k, versus actually taking or accepting the loss by selling the positions that you have, accepting those losses and moving your positions. So, just remember that the rebalancing of how you're investing into the 401k might be a better idea than actually changing where the money is at currently, unless there is a big huge unless in here. Whatever fund it is that you're invested into is a fund that is looking at like discontinuing, or I mean, if it's a really long-term fund that's been around for years and years and years and years, decades, then you're probably not going to have any problems. It's just going to take time for you to get your money back, which is okay. I mean, it's an investment. It's an investment for your retirement, so you should have time on your side. Alan of Dr. Moreau says, Casey, I'm telling you, this quarter is going to be first. They're keeping quiet. I believe movie theaters are packed, sold out in Chicago. I don't. If that's the case, Island of Dr. Moreau, I'm not seeing it in our numbers that are being reported. So I hope you're right, but I'm not going to be. I'm not going to be counting on it. It'll be awesome if that is the case, though. So what do you know about the long and short positions with a split? The I am not an options expert first and foremost. I gotta kind of tell you that, Don. What I can tell you is that if there were a reverse split that were to occur, what would happen with those positions is that any strike price that you had would change based off the valuation, right? So say for example you had a call at I don't know, let's just say you had a call at $5. After the call is done, that call should be $50 because it is a 10-to-1. So you have to increase that value. So it should be a 10-to-1 ratio on all of that. What I don't know, or what I think would probably happen to those call positions, is that any kind of shares that would be issued would be at that 10-to-1 conversion rate as well, meaning that if you tried to collect on shares after the split, then you would probably only get a 10-to-1 ratio in the shares issued, meaning you would only get 10 shares for each contract instead of 100. And then beyond that, um, I probably wouldn't be able to kind of comment on it on anything else. Jeremy says 401k investing is going to have super low percentage profits for the next 2 years, so learn how to trade in the meantime while you invest. Not, I mean, that's not bad advice. If you so choose to trade, if you have the time to do that. If you don't have the time to do that, then and all you can do is just um, find places to be able to put your money in a 401k that where their funds are not losing as much money. That might be the best way to go. I know it's like there should be funds in every 401k that are out. I mean, I've been a part of a couple 401ks that are kind of sucky, but uh, for the most part, you should be able to find something within your broker's plan that has a fund out there that is not doing absolutely terrible. Not options owned, shares long and shares and short for taxes. Don, I'm not an options guy. I'm really not. And so I would be the last person to ask anything about taxation purposes. I am not I'm not a CPA, so I'm not the person to be asking those kind of questions to. Turtle says, when is the cotch on the hot cotchoning and taking place? I know that's a good question. I don't know. Athanasios, which I can't say your name. How's it going? Mr. Hardstyle says, just buy a bunch of Pokemon card booster cases and have them sit in your closet for years. Until, that might not be a bad idea, Mr. Hardstyle, unless you go through baseball card gate or whatever the heck it's called. I don't know if you've heard about that or not, but apparently there were so many convincing replicated cards from the past that apparently it devalued the real price because they couldn't tell the difference between the real cards and the fake cards. So it completely devalued the cards across the board, which really sucked for baseball card holders like myself. Curtis, I looked at OBV yesterday, and I'll pull it up on the screen again for you for today. I think it's looking pretty decent. It is dropping, of course. I mean, there's no way around any kind of price. Anytime price moves down, it's more than likely going to move down with it. But if you look historically, where our OBV is holding at in contrast to, say, perhaps like other price movements, for example, like this one right here, I would say the OBV was about the same at the top. And then where OBV got to falling to the bottom, which was lower than where we're at currently. The two tops on these are not equal, but if you look at OBV, it fell down to this point down in here at the very bottom before price started rising again. We're not quite down to that point yet, but yet the value is lower than where we're at. So I'd say we have more holding going on currently. If I zoom in on this, maybe you can see better about what it is I'm trying to say to you. But this point right here is lower or just about the same point as where we're at right now. However, yet our price is lower than where we were from before. We did start out lower on the decrease. So I'd say we're doing pretty good. I'd say holding is definitely occurring. I don't see a massive drop going on here in contrast to where price is moving to. But there has to be some kind of OBV movement downwards when there is a price drop. Somebody has to be selling, and more than likely this institutions. But I don't. On a day-to-day basis, we look at Fidelity, what retail is doing within the orders of Fidelity, and we can see that, excuse me, that retail is buying overwhelmingly in contrast to their orders for the buy versus sell ratios. So I don't have any doubt that we're buying into this downwards momentum in price. I was referring to me, myself, and I, myself. Curtis, you're welcome. Balarke, we got 3 minutes more. We'll look at it in 3 minutes. Ooh, Brian Carpenter said, "Suck, squeeze, bang, blow." Man, I haven't heard that in a while. Yeah, man, it's been a hot minute. I have not been tracking that ever since the. I think it was actually just prior to the not to the conversion, but to the dividend. I stopped tracking it because I was tracking it. Actually, no, I take that back. I did track. Let me go back here and look at the history. I've got the data pulled up right now. Um, I tracked Suck, Squeeze, Bang, and Blow right up until um, November 4th of this year. And the reason that I stopped was because I don't feel like uh, Suck, Squeeze, Bang, Blow is can be used anymore as a reference point because everything changed. Everything, just absolutely everything changed in how price was being. Um, yeah, everything just changed. I can't even. There's too many variables now with an extra with the dividend and ape. It's changed the whole dynamics. So I stopped tracking it. Hard to explain. Say I bought 100 shares 2 years ago, then I bought another 100 6 months ago. What shares will be taken? What shares will be taken? It depends on how your broker's set up. If you have it set up for first in, first out, or first in, last out. So it just depends. Some brokers let you choose, and some don't. The way it's supposed to be set up, if I'm not mistaken, is first in, first out. FIFO is how it's supposed to be set up. But I don't. I believe. Let me just pull that up and verify that. I feel like I'm doubting myself here. Yeah, FIFO. First in, first out is the default method with most brokers, and it is the most common. The concept here is that when you buy a few shares of the same security on different dates and subsequently sell them, you are using the cost basis of the first shares you purchased. Um, in regards to that, um, I've seen so many people like I've seen this whole FIFO crap brought up in the past. If you're not at risk of some of your shares not making it longer than a year, then I would maybe worry about it. But if all of your shares are longer than a year old in purchase, then I wouldn't even really care about it too much, how it's being sold. But what I said that wrong. You're right, Jabibs. Last in, first out. I think I said that wrong. First in, first out, first in, last out. I think I said it wrong. Last in, first out. You're right. LIFO is the correct way to say that. Uh, I wouldn't really care too much about it unless you're really worried about the difference between shares that may be on the verge of hitting like a short-term gains taxation purposes. But I'm not a tax advisor. No, I'm not CPA by any means, and you should be, probably being advised by people who are. Yeah, I don't know why I was doubting myself, Carpenter, but I was pretty sure it was FIFO. I just couldn't. I don't know why, but I just panicked. I don't know why I said. I don't know why I said what I said. I should have just had. Sometimes I don't always trust my memory, so sometimes I like to verify. But on the split, what two will they take? They should take. You have to check with your broker, Don. They should take FIFO, but you know, everything that I've read before says that, there's some brokers that may not necessarily trade like that, and so I would just confirm with your broker. And in regards to what you should do personally, I can't give you advice on that. That's something you're gonna have to talk with a CPA about. Yeah, Arby says Fidelity, you can actually pick which shares you want to sell by clicking on your shares and choosing which shares you want to sell. This is you can click on lots, the lots of your shares, and actually choose which shares you want to particularly sell. So that is correct. All right, it's 10:03. Time to take a look at our numbers. Yeah, Point Break Thor says if you're buying weekly or monthly, it will matter at MOASS, so you know whether you're hitting short term or long term, and you may have a strategy. So yeah, I would tend to agree with that. But I mean, if you're buying again, if you're buying weekly or monthly, you've got a lot of positions that are going to be a long ways away, and that if there is a squeeze that occurs, there's no way that you're going to be hitting you're going to be hitting long term uh, capital gains on those shares. So who cares which ones you sell at which point, right? I mean, if there's no way that you're going to be hitting a year on those, then what's the point in even worrying about it? Who cares? Yeah, Curtis just said the same thing. 6 months or longer, who gives a shit? More time for my shares to go on. You don't you don't it's the wrong way to look at it, Don. It's you don't lose 9 out of 10 shares. What you're doing is you're consolidating your shares. You're consolidating your shares and you're getting more value out of your shares. Because you have to remember that price goes up as well. You don't just lose the value; the valuation is still there. So you're consolidating your shares. That's probably a better way to think about it as a when you're doing a 10-2-1 split, reverse split. Then that's how you should be thinking about it. Is it's a consolidation of your shares, not a loss of your shares. That's that is incorrect thinking. Looking at it as a loss of shares is incorrect. You're not losing any shares. You're just reducing the size of the amount of shares. They still hold their value. All right, let's take a look at our numbers, guys, and see what we have going on here. Yeah, I think I see where it is you're going with that, Don. But the problem is that what you need to remember in this is that if you're an investor in this company, it's the buying and selling of this stock that's going to kill you more than anything. So I feel like what it is you're trying to say is I'm going to try and take advantage of my position by removing some money out of the marketplace so that I can avoid the reverse split in order to better my position on the other side of that. And I have a feeling that that may end up being something that you may or may not regret, but I have a feeling that you might end up regretting that after the fact. But I can't even. That's a decision that you're going to have to make on your own. I can't. Remember why we're here. Remember your 5 whys why you're here. Buying and holding is probably one of the most important things into doing what it is that we're doing in this entire process. When you try to better yourself, when you try to do self-preservation, then what it is you're saying screw everybody else. I'm just caring for myself, and that's not what the whole buy and hold mentality is. It's that kind of mentality that really causes us to not win in the end. So it's the mentality of buying and holding that allows us to win this. But you have to do what's right that you feel is right for you. I can't even come close to trying to tell you what it is you should be doing because it's not my right. It's your money. It's your choice. That's a decision you're gonna have to make on your own. But I can definitely tell you that there is a scenario that I can think of in my head that if you were to sell your position and try to get back in when price is ripping to where you may end up with less shares than you could have possibly have wanted and would end up incredibly regretting your position. So keep that in mind. Try to come up with a lot of different scenarios in your head when you're deciding to make your decision on how you're going to do things. And just realize that there are consequences for all of your choices. All right, let's take a look at what we got going on here. I'm going to log back into my broker real quick, and we will take a look at our numbers. I don't have to give you guys the speech because it didn't make me log in. Let's see what we got going on with off exchange first. By this time of the morning, I would expect to see about 49% going through the off exchange and about 11 to 12% going through EDGX. For AMC, we have 52.83% going through off exchange, EDGX at 9.33%. Grand total of that is 62.16%. That's only about excuse me, hold on a second, I got a burp. Sorry, I didn't want to do that in the mic. I was like, I had this big pressure building. I was like, oh, I got to burp. Don't do it on the microphone. So let's see. That normally by this time of the morning, I would expect to see about 60% volume going through those exchanges, and we're at 62.16, so 2.16% higher than where we should be. Guys, there is a massive quantity of CHX volume occurring on AMC. 30-day average. Our 30-day average volume for AMC is right now at 0.66%. Now, last week it was only 0.25%. That's how much volume we've had go through CHX within the last week. It's been massive, right? So, but I'm just going to tell you right now, CHX volume is 10.65% of our daily volume. It is the second highest most traded exchange on the market for AMC for the day today, with 805,000 shares, 805.5 thousand shares having traded through CHX. That is big. That is really, really big and significant. That is closing. I believe that to be closing of positions. Something's coming. Something big is coming. Taking a look at APE. Off exchange value right now is at 59.08%. And EDGX is at 8.95. Like I said before, 60% is what I would expect combined between those two. It's 68.03%. That is 8% higher than it should be. CHX volume, nothing unusual to report. GME, CHX volume, nothing unusual to report. And HYMC, CHX volume is nothing unusual to report. Taking a look at Ortex. So far for the day today, I see a return of 1.05 million shares so far for the day today. That's going to cause the short share interest of the free float to drop to 21.51%. Cost to borrow minimum is at 208.69%, average 281.99, and max at 323.94%. Day over day, there is shares on loan is down 400,000 shares to 179.33 million shares on loan. I'm estimating about 125,000 of that to be in short interest that was closed day over day. Taking a look at APE, as of an hour ago, there was approximately 749,000 shares having been borrowed for the day. It's now 218,000 shares. That will reduce the estimated short-term interest of the free float just slightly to 7.38%. Cost to borrow min at 13.33, average at 14.35, and max at 15.41. Shares on loan for the day today is up 400,000 shares day over day to 32.75 million shares on loan. Taking a look at options. Highest amount of call volume is at $4.50 strike for calls. An hour ago, there were 6,000 contracts. There's now 8.1. On puts, an hour ago, the highest amount of volume was at a $4 strike. It was $3.50. Sorry, scratch that, reverse it. An hour ago, the highest amount of put volume was at $3.50 with 2,000 contracts. It's now $4 with 3.7 thousand contracts. So it's gone up. So market's kind of suggesting a closing price on the AMC somewhere between 4 and 4.5 again. Taking a look at the combined prices at AMC and APE, we're at $5.58. We did break through the 554 Fibonacci retracement, but are finding some support there currently. We'll see how the day moves on. We did not make it back up to the breakout point that I had earlier that I wanted to see have happen here between 635 and this level of resistance. We broke through the level of resistance yesterday and had some more downwards momentum. It does seem like there is a little bit of a trend. Hold on one second. Okay, that's is this a descending, or is this a descending parallel channel? Hold on one second here. Nope, it's not quite. It's broadening. I think hold on a second. Let me delete this real quick and see if we're on a descending parallel channel. Yeah, not quite. I don't know. Actually, I think we are. I think we might be on a descending parallel channel. I've got about 3, 4, maybe even 5 touching points here. Right at the beginning of the market, it did drive past it just slightly, but it does look like we're on a descending parallel channel. I got 2 touching points on the bottom, 3 or 4 on the top. We may be on a descending parallel channel, which should break to the top side when this does break. I do see a spot where I think that might occur at, which would be around over here. That would be in the aftermarket hours today. So much lines on here. I know it's getting kind of crazy on there. I'll try cleaning that up maybe tomorrow. We'll clean this page up a little bit. Most heavily traded stocks, according to Fidelity, GME is currently listed as the 7th most heavily traded stock with a 91% buy to 9% sell ratio. APE is 10th most heavily traded stock with 73% buys to 27% sell ratio. And in 16th most heavily traded stock is AMC with a 76% buy to 24% sell ratio. So very strong numbers on all 3 of those. I like what I'm seeing on the buying pressure. The dips are being bought. SSR triggers at $3.63. Shares available to borrow is still 0. APE did trigger today at 1.719 for SSR. The 130,000 shares were returned in the ETFs that were borrowed earlier this morning. The only amount of shares that we've seen so far was that 135 million share, or I said million, 135,000 shares that were borrowed yesterday, got borrowed again this morning, and now they're back again. It's actually 133,350 shares, but I'm rounding up slightly. Since there's been no available amount of shares to borrow, there has been no fees being reported. I did see somebody report 110% earlier, though. I think it might have been Belarkey that was reporting that. Nasdaq is currently down 0.97. Dow Jones is down 0.52, and the SP 500 is down 0.7. We have 4,390 decliners to 2,241 advancers. the market is heading down. We currently have the U.S. dollar being up 0.25% at 104.44. We are getting extremely close to my box breakout here on the U.S. dollar breaking to the top side. Extremely close. We are in a descending parallel channel in the U.S. dollar, meaning price should break to the top side of this. When this does move upwards, the market's going to move downwards, and it's probably going to be pretty quick and pretty violent. We are, like I said, we're within a 24 to 48 hour period of time before I think we tend to see this market start to fail. And I do think that this right here, corresponding with the fact that the SPY is entering in that same window period of time on seeing price movement. Oh, it broke out already. SPY already broke out of the wedge moving down, so it's at 378. That 64% chance that the price would move upwards is already starting to fail. This could be the beginnings or the move towards that 366 value that I said that once we break through this 366. Actually, I said 355. Once it breaks through 355, it's going to be in a free fall. But 366 is going to be a big push to make it to 355 if we break that. So watch for the SPY to break 366. If it does, it will probably free fall to 355, and then once it breaks 355, it's over. It's over for for our stock market. I think it's going to be a long fall from there, a very long fall. Oil is down 5.43%, and mortgage-backed securities are down 0.15 to 0.18%. VIX is currently up 0.69. VB is down 1.05. VBR down 1.07. Tesla is up 0.23. Amazon down 0.9. Cinemark down 3.03. Doge is down 2.94. Bitcoin is down 0.61. GME is down 3.74. HYMC down 5.09. Hood is down 1.04. CS is down 3.92. NCMI is down 0.16. APE is down 15.7. And AMC is down 2.71. Inflow versus outflow on AMC is currently at, let's see here, $800,000 more inflow than outflow. 8.4 million shares traded so far for the day today after, let's see, we're looking at 110 minutes of trading. Putting us on pace for 29.92 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is within the 10 to 30 million shares traded already for a pace. So I think we will be hitting that pace before the end of the day is out. On a 1 hour time interval, there's currently more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 34.89, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 33.65, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure. Excuse me. With RSI at 39.66, which is below average. On APE, there is approximately $1.6 million more outflow than inflow on APE, with 24.93 million shares having been traded so far, giving us, let's see here, 24.93 after 111 minutes of trading, putting us on a pace for 87.59 million shares traded by the end of the day today. In pre-market, I did suggest somewhere between 50 and 70 million shares traded by the end of the day. I think we're on pace for that number. I may have actually been able to dial that in a little bit better than I have for the last couple days. On a 1 hour time interval here, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 38.9, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 33.6, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure. No. Reverse that, scratch that. More buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 43.23. Now 46.22, which is just slightly below average. You guys, you're watching history being made. I know it doesn't feel like it, and I know it's painful, but you're literally watching history being made. Buzzin', did you write that before I said it? You, I see you writing, "We're making history, guys. Glad to be a part of it with all of you. Full FOMO." I'm not sure. I'm not sure if you wrote that before I said that, but if you did, we're on we're on the same we're on the same wavelength here. I'm pretty sure. Jim Eagle says SEC General Counsel resigns after reportedly taking bribes from FTX. GG can't be far behind. Casey, a big cap stock that people focus on, hit an all-time low price since its low of June 17th, week of 2021. Glenn, I don't want to expand on it. I don't want to. I said it very, very distinctly the way that I said it for a reason. ABC says at 10:36 a.m. on the 1-minute chart, there's a green volume spike for 800,000 AMC shares. Bet that's the CHX volume right there. It's what time did you say? You said at 10:36. Yep. I see it. You might be right. I mean, the problem with that is that there's 62,000 shares traded the minute before and 122 after. So yeah, actually no, I agree. I agree with that because you could have had a 62,000 share traded minute followed by a 62,000 share minute. Yeah, no, I actually 867. Hold on one second. You might be absolutely right on that. Hold on. CHX. Yeah, I think you might be right because it was 805. It was 805 for the CHX volume. You take away the 5,000, it's 63,000 shares traded. So it went from 62 to 63,000 shares traded minute over minute, not including the CHX volume, and then preceded that with 122 in volume. So yeah, you may be onto something on that one. You may have spotted the volume for that. Tom says Casey he did. That's pretty funny. Is this the history we want to see? It's a scary history. It's a very very scary history. But it's the history that I believed was going to happen all along in order for us to get to where we wanted to get to. Tech we love. No, I don't worry about it. I don't care about it. I got to keep the rules, man. Unless it's on my list of ones that I already talk about, it's more than enough to just let us know that it's at an all-time low. That's good enough. Or not an all-time low, but lowest since 2021, June of 2021. No, Jordan. What I'm insinuating is that anytime you ever see CHX volume ripping, then that's a sign of closing short positions. And typically, what ends up happening is you see price start to run. Now, there is two different. I believe CHX volume kind of signals at two different points. It signals prior to the run, and it signals prior to the fall of price. So the shorts have to cover at some point. When they start covering, you start seeing price running, and then when the covering ends, they dump it all at once, and so you see these really big, massive spikes in CHX volume uh, happening at those two different points in time. And so seeing this spike right here tells me that this is very likely the beginning portion of that. Roseanne says, Casey, take a screenshot. I can't take a screenshot, Roseanne. I'm doing live. There's no point. It's recorded for history and live. Brian Carpenter, Good luck on the beer run. Stay safe. Ice cream, that's not actually real at all. In terms of whether or not they're real shares versus fake shares, I wouldn't look at it as that. Um, your broker is going to identify your shares as shares. So that your position is your position, and how your broker views it is entirely different than that. They either hold the shares or they don't hold the shares that are needed to complete the orders that have been made. If you sold off your oldest positions first, it doesn't matter whether those are real or those aren't real. Your broker is going to decide how they're going to handle the inventory of shares that it is that they have. Every single share is a real share. Every single share that you have in existence should be viewed from your perspective as a real share. There is no such thing as a synthetic share in regards to what you are holding. It is a real placeholder. Every placeholder serves its existence as what your broker should have to owe you for the future. So don't view your shares as synthetic versus real. No such thing. $10.29. $10.29. That's crazy. And I'm still the fact that we could see that 800,000 shares going through there, I think is really kind of crazy. 1136. Yeah, that has to be it. That 800,000 shares that's got to be the CHX volume right there. That actually tells me that I should be able to go and find those shares in that minute on Fidelity through Active Trader Pro and actually see what they look like going through. I'm going to do that later. I've always wanted to see what they look like when they go through the order book. So after close today, I will go find that and see what that looks like. I've been curious to see what it looks like. AMC's utilization is at 100%. I am a man. I'm not the man, but I am a man. I promise you. Oh, Roseanne, that's awesome. I'm glad to hear you guys are enjoying your time off. The only problem I have with that is that you're listening to me still. So, unless both you and your husband enjoy listening to me, then turn me off and actually go spend time together without listening to me. Because man, just it's fun to just get away from it all. It's just fun to get away. Blarkey says Adam Aaron dropped that news perfectly. Let's hold our enthusiasm, Blarkey, but let's just we'll wait and see here. 1936 Silver Surfer 10:36 I think is the time, right? You're saying 19, but I'm seeing Eastern Standard Time as at 10:36. I'm gonna write that down right now. 10:36. Thank you, Silver Surfer. If anybody else already has their Active Trader Pro, I don't want to open my Active Trader Pro right now because it'll show up on my screen and it'll show you guys my login and all that kind of good stuff. If anybody already has Active Trader Pro up and you have the ability to go look at the time and sales, or you know how to do that, if you can go look at that and just kind of see what it looks like, I'm kind of curious. If you wouldn't mind sending me a screenshot somehow. I am curious to see if it's all one big chunk or if it's divided out into like many different orders. It might give me kind of some clue as to what it is or how it is that they're performing these transactions. Well, Roseanne, as long as he's good with listening to me as well, then don't make it about you guys' time and not not AMC time. Not the real Machiavelli says, I'm so confused, so we don't sell low. Yeah, yeah, that's probably not a good idea. Just saying. Long Jericho, we're talking about the 8K filing. The 8K filing and the rebalancing of what's happened since the 8K filing announcement. Tammy says, Casey, what am I needing to look for? Oh, shoot. I'm going to assume, Tammy, that they show up as a single order that goes through. So you're probably looking for a single order that says 800,000 shares. If it's not, you're looking for a bunch of orders that happen during that minute that are to a specific exchange that's unusual, an exchange that doesn't normally show up, that you don't normally see on there. So it should say like the destination exchange. That might show up differently. 10:36 Eastern Standard Time. It may actually show up under 10:35, but it's going to be somewhere really close to 10:35 to 10:37. Usually, sometimes it'll show up at the very end of 10:35 and actually report it as 10:36 on the market. So you could really start your search at 10:35 and then find the spike from 10:35 going forward in time. Ray says, why can't Adam Aaron split APE before it converted to AMC? My guess is, Ray, the only way that he could probably get Antera's buy-in on becoming an investor is if their shares were transferred over to AMC shares. That's my guess. I don't have another answer for you. And really, honestly, I don't even know that answer is the right answer, but it's the only thing that really kind of makes the most sense to me. Is that if you want an investor to come in and have ownership in the company, and you told them that they're instantly going to change their value of their stock that they're getting at a discounted rate to a much higher rate, that seems to make the most sense to me. Joe Pounce says, my boss said I was getting out of hand after World Cup. They just sent me home for the holidays. I really hope that doesn't mean that you got laid off, Joe. I really hope that's not the case. It was AMC, Tammy. Dr. Zeno says, honestly, the market just needs to burn completely to help flush out all the corruption and horse cockles. You got to say horse cockles, Dr. Zeno, because I think that's what I was trying to say the other day and decided and and completely butchered it. Thick Flare says the sales reps are begging me to take over the manager position. I've been a fill-in a few times. I have no issues in that spot. I just don't have the mental capacity to babysit grown men. um, Thick, remind me if I'm wrong about this, but weren't you training somebody recently? Like, I feel like you were told that you were training somebody, and you found out that they were like, I'm not sure if it was you or somebody else. Somebody was saying they were training somebody, and that they didn't for a job that was a higher position than what they were, and they didn't want to have to train them because it was like, why train the person that you're going to be working for or something like that. I can't remember. Was that you or was that somebody else? I can understand what you mean though about being in a managerial position, but I've actually I've had several occasions in my lifetime where I've been offered managerial positions, and I started to head down that road, and very quickly found out that that wasn't something that I could do. Um, it, in my opinion, it forced me to have to lie to people. I don't know how to really say. To me, it was lying. To other people, it was just not telling the whole truth. But for me, it was the idea that I would have information that other people wouldn't have, and that if somebody asked me, I would have to not or tell them that I didn't know the answer. And to me, that's lying. So, and I couldn't deal with that. I couldn't deal with the idea that I wouldn't be able to not tell somebody the answer to something that I knew the answer to. That really kind of frustrated me quite a bit. So I really steered away from management positions because I just can't do that. Casey, I don't understand the press release. It says Antera can hold the Ape shares for up to 90 days, not at least 90 or a minimum of 90. Am I just overanalyzing it? Let me think about that for just a second, Billy. I don't understand the press release. It says can hold the Ape shares up to. Well, maybe that wants to give them the ability to be able to sell the shares if they want to. Oh, Jathan says that was me. Okay, Jathan. I couldn't remember who it was. Jabib says, Thick, I've been babysitting grown men for 30 plus years. I'm so done. 2 more years or until squeeze. Oh, Jathan, yeah, that was a sucky position that you got put into, training somebody that is going to take your the job that you probably should have. That's messed up. Hey, but you know what though, Jathan? I'm proud of you for doing it because I know it's stupid and lame, but it shows your commitment to the team. Tammy says, Casey, everything is blank except the last price, size, and last exchange. Are you, Tammy, are you literally telling me that they have nothing in there for information in regards to that? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Please screenshot that and send that to me, Tammy. Please, please, please. Holy crap. If that's the case, Tammy, that tells me more so than ever that we're on the right track on that being short positions that are being closed out. Because that would be insane. That would be absolutely insane if that's the case. Point Break Thor says, Casey, this story you were telling about lying and half truths. I'm watching Chernobyl on HBO. That's a big portion of that story. I just couldn't do it, man. Like they literally were telling me that I had to tell people things other than what the truth was, as in a managerial position, and I can't do that. I can't. People's lives are on the line. They're how much money they're making. Like if the company's doing poorly, and I just can't do it. I can't be that guy that sits there and tries to sell everybody on the idea that the company is doing well, and Everybody should stick around. I'm the kind of guy that goes like, hey, maybe you should go look a job someplace else. You can't have somebody like me on a team like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't tell Casey he's gonna lose all our employees. So I'm not the guy. I'm not the guy for that job. I'm not gonna lie to people and tell people something that's not true. It's not who I am as a person. Sam says, "Is that why you didn't become a lawyer, Casey? Because lawyers is close to liars." Sam, there may be a lot of truth to that. Yes, I was not working at the Pentagon. My dad did. The flag rank officers are experts at talking about everything and is roses to the congressman. I just can't be in that role, guys. I could never be in that role where I have to lie to people and tell them something that's not true. I just can't do it. Danny says, Casey, lying to other people and knowing the truth, that sounds like our government. It does. We were talking about integrity, Petro. So they actually like one of the. Let me tell you guys this terrible story. Let me tell you. I got to tell you guys this story. This is terrible. So when I was put into this managerial position, I was kind of put in as an interim supervisor. They really wanted me to be a manager, but they were putting me in as a supervisor first to step up to the manager spot. They didn't think that it was right to just take me straight from the floor straight into management. So they were kind of putting me into this supervisor spot for just a little bit, so they could kind of make room for me to put me in as a manager. And so what happened was while I was acting supervisor. Um, we had a lady who was working on the shift who had medical problems, and I don't she's actually passed away since now, but and her life literally depended upon her having her job because she couldn't afford the insurance to pay for the medications that were keeping her alive. And so I knew she had problems, right? Like I intimately knew of the problems that she was having because of the medications that she was on. It was making her very drowsy. So sometimes she would wake up and wake up late because she just couldn't help it. It was the medication, and so the company uh, managers came to me and said, "We need you to lay her off. Let her know that she's on a final write up, and let her know that she's being let go." And they gave me. It was right around the holidays. They gave me paychecks for all the employees. She was actually on medical leave at that point in time when they gave me her paycheck. And so I went to her house and her apartment. It was actually an apartment. I went to her apartment and delivered her paycheck to her. And I told her, "Hey, look, I just need to let you know that the company is not happy about the fact that you're not showing up to work on time. They're not happy about the fact that you're on medical leave, and they want to try and terminate you." And I said, "You need to understand that this is what's happening, and there's nothing I can do to stop this from happening. Uh, you you need to continue to try and come to work on time and do your job as best as possible." There was nothing wrong with her work, by the way. She was fine working, but I was like, just continue to keep doing your work as good as you possibly can, but make sure you're showing up to work on time, because there's nothing I can do. If they decide that they want to terminate you, they're just going to terminate you. And so she was real thankful about that, about me letting her know. And I probably could have been putting the company in a really big risk by telling her this, and I didn't really even consider about that. I was only at the time I was pretty young. I was let's see, that would have been in like 1999ish. So I'd have been like 23 or 24 years old. Just think like Trey's age, right? Like I was like Trey's age. And so I wasn't really happy about all this, and so I went to the company, and they told me, they said, "Okay, it's time to go ahead and let her go. You gave her the write up, right?" And I said, "Yeah, I did." And they go, "Okay, well, it's time to let her go." And so I said, "Well, I'll tell you what, um, I'll step down as acting supervisor if you'll let her stay." And I don't know why. I'm not sure exactly why they accepted that, but they did. They let me go back down to the floor and stay on the floor, and I gave up. I gave up a position as a manager slash supervisor because I couldn't do it. There's no way I could do that. And so she ended up staying. I don't know. I heard later on down the road that they did let her go eventually, but it was probably many months later down the road, and she was no longer under in the area that I worked in. She got moved to a different area. Yeah, she had an alarm clock. Down we go. But you know what, though? Some of the medications she was taking were the kind of medications that just knock you out, and there's nothing you can do about it. I mean, it is what it is. So, but anyways, I felt really bad about that, and there was no way that in the world that I was, there was no way I was gonna tell her she was. I mean, to me, that was like telling me that I had to like give a death sentence to somebody because she was literally like if she didn't have the company insurance to buy the medication, she wouldn't have the medication. Without the medication, she was going to die. And so to me, that was the company telling me to give her a death sentence. And I was sitting there going like, there's no way I'm giving this lady a death sentence. That's not even cool. How could you ask anybody to do that? So, but it was at that point in time where I realized that managerial positions was not something that was best for me. There's no way in hell you're ever going to put me in a spot where I have to give somebody a death sentence because of the fact that you don't like the fact that they can't wake up to an alarm clock. And it's not like she showed up really late like every day. It was maybe like tops like 30, 40 minutes or something like that. Never really super late, and I don't know. The problem really becomes is that there are people out there who try to take advantage of the system, and then when they see somebody else who's taking advantage of it, or they feel like they're taking advantage of the system, then everybody seems to think that it's okay to show up to work late. And so I understand where the company's coming from, but they just didn't, they weren't taking into account that she had a medical condition. Grant says, yep, my wife was a family lawyer, honest and helpful, and had to get out of that type of law because she cared too much and it was killing her. Yeah, crazy. But some people can do that. Some people can do that job, and I don't know how they internalize it to where they can make those decisions and not feel um, guilt or compassion or anything else, but they just see it as a job, and what they're told to do is what they're doing, and they don't care because it's what the company wants and it's best for the company, and they just do it. And if that's you, it's not me. More good on you because I could never do that, and that's okay. I guess maybe we just need people like that in life who can do those kind of things, but I just can't. Blarkey says, Casey, so generational wealth is still on the table right now, correct? And I believe so. I can't promise it to you, but I believe so. Boy, Starcadian, boy, did I learn that lesson so young. 23, that same age, 23 to 24. I thought that that was the case. I felt like there were people who were um, I felt like that there were people who were working at the company who were complete no way you could ever let them go. Like the company had to have those people, and without them, they were going to the company wouldn't survive. And I found out, it was a kind of a weird concept that I had when I was younger, and I found out real quick how untrue that is. Companies will absolutely just get rid of people, and they don't care how valuable you are, and they will replace you, and it will work. They'll find a way. Harry Parrott says, tinfoil hat, thinking like the other side, did Ape in the voting situation buy some time for quote unquote them to stretch this out and get their house in order to flip for a run up? Potentially, maybe. Kathy, I heard T90 was today. I don't know. The original T90 date, I don't believe applies. So I heard earlier this morning that somebody said it was today. I guess you could go back and you could actually count it out because it is supposed to be 90 days and not necessarily 90. So let me do it here real quick. Give me a second. 1, 2. What are we looking at here? So we're looking at just under 13 weeks. Call it 6 days. 12 weeks, 6 days. So give me a second. Let me pull up my calendar. That, according to what I'm seeing, if you just did a straight 90 days, it would be the 20th of November, which means like the 21st of November, which means we've already gone past it. But then people started saying, "Oh no, it's not it's not 90 straight trading days, it's 90 90 days." So let me refigure this out again here. Oops. 18 weeks. One, two. The 26th. If you're doing, now we're past T90. We are past T90 no matter what, because if you're doing straight trading days, it would have been back in November. The 26th would have been actual days. If you take out holidays that are in there, it might have put it as today's date. There might have been like 2 holidays in there. So I think we're probably looking at today's date as the day. But I don't think that T90 is going to hit until a later date due to the fact that you have to have a selling syndicate that has to be formed, and there was no sale of shares at that time. Cost of borrow right now for AMC is currently at average is at 281.99 for AMC. For APE, it's at 14.35%. Throat Yogurt saying it's T plus 420. Silver Surfer says, Casey, the largest order that went through was 20,000 at 394, but a large amount of trades went through DF exchange during that time frame. We got about 3 more minutes, guys, and we'll take a look at the numbers. Give me 1 second here. I want to kind of check something out real fast. anyways, that entire story, guys, in regards to managerial type work, was the point in my life where I decided that I wanted to become an engineer, only because of the fact that I didn't have to deal with people as much in regards to the drama and the um, engineers deal with numbers and charts and graphs, and it's just like, I mean, it's so much, it's just less drama. That you don't have to, you can tell people the truth without it, hurting anybody specifically. And it was more, it was better for me as a person, mentally, health wise, to be able to, I guess, work in those kind of conditions to where I didn't have to make really tough decisions in regards to people's livelihoods. Tammy, I'm checking Twitter right now. Wow, that's insane. Literally blocking out the bid size, the bid exchange, ask size, the trade condition, all of that blocked out. Literally just price and exchange, last exchange traded, all showing up on there. That's so weird. I think we're on to something, guys, with that CHX volume. I really, really do. Is that a rhetorical question, Christopher, on how we can buy millions of AMC? Christopher bait win Mega Millions Lotto. I don't know what that means. Let me see if I can share this with you real quick. Through your hold on a second. Let me pull it up and just make sure there's not any information on here that's. Let's see here. I'll just take a screenshot of this just in case there's something that's bad I shouldn't show. So normally, when you pull up this information on Active Trader Pro on AMC, you would have bid size, bid exchange showing up. You'd have ask exchange, you'd have ask size, and trade conditions all showing up. None of those showed up on any of these trade positions that occurred right here. It does show their last exchange that they were traded through, but my guess is that what you ended up having happen right here is I can't draw straight lines with this doggone mouse because of the settings, the way they're set up on here, but uh, you end up having a bunch of shares being traded through different exchanges, but likely coming from CHX or trading through CHX, maybe to these exchanges. But no bid sizes, no exchange, bid exchange, ask exchange, or trade conditions listed whatsoever on these, which is kind of interesting. Oh, you know what though? While this is interesting, Tammy, one thing I'm noticing is the time that you've got set up on here. This says 11:25 Eastern Standard Time. You want 10:25 Eastern Standard, or you want 10:36 is the time you want. That should be where you're looking at. It's 10:36 Eastern Standard Time. So I think this time block in here is not accurate. But these are interesting though to see this because I don't understand why you would have no information listed on here. It's all that way. Weird. Danny, take care, man. All right, it's time to take a look at the numbers. Let me see what we got. Petra says, can you get a hold of Fidelity and ask where the rest of the info is? And it seems sus. Yeah, we absolutely can. I can give them a call. Durgy or Durgy, I'm not sure how to say it, but you're welcome. Let me take you guys over to the other page. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing until you see the Herbie back up on the page again, so hold those thoughts or questions and comments directly for me until then. Give me 1 second while I move a couple pages around. We'll take a look at what our numbers are before I go to break. Alrighty. Starting with off exchange. Combined between off exchange and CBOE EDGX, I would expect to see volume somewhere around 61% at this time of the day. Currently on AMC, we have 56.14% going through off exchange, EDGX at 9.02, grand total 65.16%. That is 4.16% higher than where it should be. The reason I'm pausing here is because I'm looking to see where CHX is. So EDGX actually kind of topped out, caused CHX to fall down 1 spot on the list here. Still the same amount of shares having been traded through it, but right now the 8.97% of the total daily volume going through CHX is pretty significant. Taking a look at APE, 60.76 going through off exchange, and EDGX at 8.28 for grand total 69.04%. Nice. That's 8.0%, 8.04% higher than where it should be by this time of the day. Nothing unusual to report on CHX for APE. Nothing unusual to report CHX on GME, and HYMC CHX volume is nothing unusual to report. Taking a look at AMC's price, or what am I saying? Total amount of shares borrowed for the day on AMC an hour ago was 1.05 million shares having been borrowed. It's now down to 392,000 shares having been borrowed, which means some shares have been returned, or more shares have been borrowed than returned, raising the estimated short share interest of the free float to 21.55%. Cost of borrow min is at 208.69%. Cost of borrow average 284.39 and max at 323.94. Shares on loan for the day today is down by 400,000 shares. I'm estimating about 125,000 of that to be in return short interest day over day, leaving our shares on loan at 179.33 million shares. Taking a look at APE, an hour ago there was 218,000 shares having been borrowed so far for the day. It's now showing a return of 1.56 million shares. That's going to lower the estimated short share interest of the free float to 7.26%. Cost per minute 13.33, average 14.1, and max at 15.41. Shares on loan right now, day over day, increased by 400,000 shares and is leaving the shares on loan at 32.75 million shares. Taking a look at the options. Highest amount of calls is at a $4.50 strike. An hour ago, there's 8.1 thousand contracts. There's now 8.5. On puts, largest amount of volume is at a $4 strike. There was 3.7 thousand contracts an hour ago. There's now 4.4. So almost 2-to-1 in calls versus puts in volume. Market still signaling for a closing price between 4 and 4.5 by the end of the day. Currently, we have price dropping below the fib retracement that I have at 554. Still traveling down this descending, what appears to be a descending parallel channel. I'm expecting to see maybe a breakout in the after hours to pre-market hours of tonight of this descending parallel channel. Very unusual to see price move below this signal. It's usually a very strong signal. Pattern analysis. Tends to be more accurate often than not. And I don't know, this is kind of a suggested breakout point though. Orders by Fidelity customers. GME's in the top 10 with a 91% buy to 9% sell ratio. APE's a few spots below that with a 73.14% buy to 26.86% buy sell ratio. And AMC is a few spots below that one with a 75% buy to 25% sell ratio. So looking very, very strong. This dip is being purchased. My wife is cooking something that smells really good. SSR triggers today for AMC at $3.63. It is not triggered yet. APE triggered right at market open at 1.719 when it did open. And so far for the day-to-day, we've seen about 135,000 shares having been borrowed, but nothing since. And those shares have since been returned. NASDAQ is down 1.17%. Dow Jones is down 0.84. The S&P 500 is down 0.95. We currently have 4,616 decliners to 2,056 advancers. The market is heavily declining right now. Not quite burning yet, though, but it is heavily declining. We currently have the U.S. dollar being up 0.22% at 104.41, getting very, very close to breaking out of a descending parallel channel going up. Oil is down 5.561 or 5.61%. Mortgage-backed securities are down 0.09 and 0.04, and the SPY is down 0.92%. Taking a look at the VIX, it is up 1.2%. VB is down 1.37. VBR is down 1.46. Tesla is up 1.15. Amazon is down 1.25. Cinemark is down 3.26. Doge is down 3.84. Bitcoin is down 0.56, GME is down 5.71, HYMC down 5.48, HOOD down 0.78, CS is down 3.98, NCMI is down 2.88, APE is down 19.45%, and AMC is down 2.63. Inflow versus outflow for the day-to-day on AMC, we currently have, let's see here, about $800,000 more inflow than outflow. Actually, it's almost $900,000 more. 9.58 million shares traded so far for the day-to-day on AMC after 160 minutes of trading, putting us on a pace for 23.3 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is within the 10 to 30 million that I suggested in pre-market. On a 1 hour time interval, there is more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 34.52, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, there is more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 32.8, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 39.8, which is below average. On APE, there's approximately $1.9 million more outflow than inflow. 28.09 is the volume for the day so far after 161 minutes trading, putting us on a pace for 68.04 million shares traded by the end of the day today. In pre-market, I suggested somewhere between 50 and 70 million shares. We are within that range. I would expect that to maybe hold good. I might have actually gotten the volume prediction right for the day today. Who'd have thunk? on a 1 hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 34.3, which is below average. On a 30-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 28.1, which is signaling oversold. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure, and RSI at 35.66, which is below average. Give me 1 second while I come back over and look at the SPY real quick. I just want to see where it's at in the grand scheme of, oh yeah. There she blows. That's earlier. I said 24 to 48 hours, and I actually was meaning, when I said 24 to 48 hours, I wasn't saying that we would go before 24 hours. So don't give me any credit for that. I really felt like we wouldn't see the breakout of this of the SPY until midway through tomorrow. So So I was off again on that. I mean, I would have expected this to kind of trade sideways at least one more day before potentially seeing the breakout, but there it is. There she goes. I'm laughing. I'm laughing, guys, because I think for the first time in my life have I ever witnessed a, an event, an historical event in the markets happening that I've been on what I feel is the right side of that event. And I've been on the underside of an event before, and I've been breaking even on an event before, but I've never been I've never been on the top side of what I feel is a major market event like this. So um, Tammy says, Casey, I found your order. I can't wait to see the next DM that you send me. Combined or each? Kathy, I'm not sure what you mean by that. Captain Awesome says, I knew SPY would dump this week. I hope you're making money on that thought. All right, I'm looking, Tammy. Oh, there she is. MW. Last exchange MW. 1035.39. All right, hold on a second. I got to check this out. What is the MW exchange? This ought to be good. Intercontinental Exchange. Is this right? Let me just make sure I got this right here. MW Exchange. I keep forgetting to save this stupid Fidelity breakdown on those. Hold on a second here. I always forget to save this page. MW is Midwest. All right, hold on a second here. NYSE Chicago, which is defined as CHX. NYSE Chicago, formerly known as Chicago Stock Exchange, CHX, is a stock exchange in the Chicago, Illinois, U.S. exchange. Is a national securities. Let's see. I had to click on it. Let's see. The exchange is a national securities exchange and self-regulatory organization. I already know all of this. I've already seen this before and looked it up. So if this is does ICE still own it? I don't think it does. I love the fact that when you, if you look up the wikipedia.org and you look up NYSE Chicago, I love that the very last sentence in 2000 in the history of this exchange The fact that it says the New York Stock Exchange parent company, Intercontinental Exchange Incorporated, otherwise known as ICE, agreed to acquire the 136-year-old market for an undisclosed amount. CHX will continue to operate as a registered national securities exchange till the end of 2019 when CHX will cease to exist. Where that's not necessarily the case now, is it? Because it's well past 2019. So the question remains, why is it being used? Why is it being used, and what is the purpose of it, and why does it appear that we're seeing closed positions happening through that exchange? That's the main question. There's something going on there. Yeah, but Silver Surf, if you look at the here, I'll show it to you. This is what's in question right here. This is the 800,000 shares. I'm almost positive. Let me just verify one thing. 805 100. 805. All right, CHX says 805 542. So this has got to be it. I mean, this has to be it right here. Hopefully this is coming through for you guys. You can see it's kind of split up a little bit on the page. I apologize for that. The way I got this page set up, I can't really help that. But what you're looking at here is the 805 100 from MW last exchange. So there's something going on right there. This is kind of split up to where you can't really see which one goes appropriately with which one. But this value right here, those are the same right there. So 10:35:39 Eastern Standard Time, 805,100 shares went through that CHX exchange all at once. One single block order. Somebody's closing. Somebody is closing. I don't believe VW shows up on Ortex, Derek. I don't think. I'm pretty sure I've tried to pull it before. Let me just check real quick. I don't believe it shows. Yeah, it doesn't show. Not if you're trying to look up data from that far back. They won't show anything. Oh, son of a gun, I picked the wrong one. Well, the one thing you have to remember, Kathy, is that whenever the closed positions occur, doesn't necessarily mean price is going to rise immediately with that. It usually is delayed. I mean, imagine how easy it would be if you could trade this market knowing that whenever there's a closing of a position occurring, that you could immediately buy into it and know that you were going to get the run up on the price. This market would be way too easy to trade if that were going to be the case. So that's not ever going to happen. Closing of positions will never coincide exactly with price movement upwards. Just doesn't work like that. Savvy says, I just put the two and two together that Casey is in a VW. Oh, man. kind of weird, right? All right, I got to take a break. Down we goes right. I want to take a break here. Oh yeah, no problem, Kathy. I wasn't trying to be mean or anything when I said that. I wasn't. Um, it just always, I think the presumption is that as soon as you see closing, that you're going to see price rising, and it's just, I wish it were that easy, Kathy. Because man, I'll tell you what, I'd be raking in bucks in this marketplace if that were the case. So trust me, I totally understand. I totally understand what it is you're saying. All right, guys, I'm gonna take a break here. I will see you guys. I will see you guys on the other side. I want to make sure that I put Ape in a way here on the page so that it's not gonna like disappear. I want to actually walk away for a minute here. All right. If I zoom this out just a little bit, guys, I'm not making any kind of predictions here. I'm just trying to make sure that I can walk away from the computer for a little while and you can still see price movement. There is large amounts of volume occurring right now on Ape. This one of these last candlesticks right here showing about 663,000 shares. Most of I would say the average amount of volume going through right now is really close to around 260, 270, 270,000 shares or so trading per minute. So there's massive amounts of volume that's occurring right now. All right, I'm gonna head out to break here, guys. I will see you at 12:10. Plunge protection team, in effect. I'm just saying. I went over to look at SPY real quick just because I wanted to see what it looked like. I'll put it up on your left-hand side of the screen here. But SPY's been running up ever since 1225. Sure looks like a rescue attempt. If anything, at 377.30 is where it found its bottom. It'll be interesting to see. The mortgage-backed securities are currently down as well. It'll be interesting to see where perhaps maybe this money's coming from. I don't know. Certainly, I don't know. Let's take a look at the daily volume. So it's actually moving down on low volume, I would say. Very interesting. Okay. Well, let's take a look at our numbers and see what we got going on here. Starting with me logging into my broker, I think. 1 second. Maybe, maybe not. Yep, logging into my broker. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from being able to get into your account that shouldn't be in your account. And when you do set that up, maybe make sure and have a secondary device that's attached to it, so in case something happens to your primary, you can still send that code to get into your account to a different device. Taking you guys over to the other page, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing until you see Herbie back up on the page again, so hold those specific thoughts until after we get running through or after you see Herbie getting on the back up on the screen. Ooh, interesting. Interesting things happening here. All right. Let's take a look at what we got going on here. Off exchange, by this time of the day, let's see, we're about 12:15. I would expect about 62% going through off exchange and CBOE EDGX combined. On AMC, we currently have 57.6% of our volume going through there. EDGX at 9.47%. Combined total on that 67.07%. So we're looking at about, did I say 62? 62? Yeah, 62%. We're looking at about 5.07% higher than it should be by this time of the day. CHX volume has been extremely large amount in quantity today. It's at 806,000 shares having gone through that exchange, which happens to be 7.16% of our total daily volume. Extremely large number for the day today. Taking a look at APE, total amount of volume through off exchange so far is 61.06%. EDGX at 8.17. The combined total on that is 69.23%. Nice. That is going to be 7.23% higher than it should be by this time of the day, and nothing unusual to note on CHX volume. GME's CHX volume is normal, and HYMC's CHX volume is normal. Taking a look at Ortex. As of an hour ago, there was 392,000 shares having been returned. It's now 377,000 shares. That's going to leave the, that's not really going to change the estimated short share interest of the free float too much, which is at 21.55%. Cost to borrow min is at 208.69 or 208.69%. Average 285.02 and max at 323.94. Shares on loan for the day today is at 179.33 million shares day over day. That's a return of 400,000 shares, meaning less shares on loan day over day. And the total amount of short interest that was returned, I'm estimating to be about 125,000 shares. Taking a look at APE. An hour ago on APE, there was a return of 1.56 million shares. It's now a return of 278,000 shares. That increase in borrowed shares is going to cause the estimated short share interest, the free float, to rise to 7.35%. Cost to borrow minute 13.33, average 14.14, and max at 15.41. Shares on loan for the day is up 400,000 shares day over day to 32.75 million shares. And let's take a look at the options. Highest amount of call volume for the day today was at a $4.50 strike. An hour ago there was 8.5 thousand contracts. There's a 9.2. The market is starting to get a little more volume at a $4 strike for calls, but it has not overtaken the calls. I would imagine that if price continues to stay where it's at, we may see more calls at a $4 strike than we did at a 4.5. On puts, the highest amount of volume for the day today is at $4 with 5. We went from 4.4 thousand contracts an hour ago to 5.7. Market still is indicating a $4 to $4.50 close by the end of the day today on AMC. However, that's not exactly where we're at. As combined price right now is at 535. What I wanted to, when I said interesting things going on right now, is we have what I think was a pretty good descending parallel channel set up here, and yet price managed to fall out of the bottom side of that. Now, especially with increasing volume and falling price, this should be moving in upwards. I don't understand why this is moving continuously down, other than the fact that I feel like we're seeing a failing market, and we will move with the market, and it seems to be failing at such a rate to where it's even kind of beating expectations on pattern analysis. So I really I can't say anything else other than the fact that this really shouldn't have happened. Other than the fact that the market's just absolutely a piece of trash right now. Taking a look at orders by Fidelity customers. Let's see here. GME is 7th most heavily traded stock with a 91% buy to 9% sell ratio. APE is 9th most heavily traded stock with a 73% buy to 27% sell. And AMC on the list here as well with a 77% buy to 23% sell ratio. So all three looking very, very strong in their buy-sell ratios, and I do believe that we're buying this dip. SSR trips at $3.63 for AMC for the day today, and APE already tripped right at market open. The tripping point would have been $1.71. Shares available to borrow, 0. The 130,000 shares that they returned earlier have not been borrowed back since. About 130,000 shares having been borrowed so far for the day today. NASDAQ is down 0.54, Dow Jones is down 0.44, and S&P 500 is down 0.48. We have a declining market with 4,128 decliners to 2,578 advancers. The US dollar is still up for the day today at 0.08%, and we've got oil down 4.92. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.11 to 0.14, and the SPY is down 0.52% for the day. Taking a look at the VIX, it is down 2.08, VB is down 0.89, VBR is down 0.96, Tesla is up 2.85, Amazon is down 0.75, Cinemark is down 0.34, Doge is down 3.31, Bitcoin is down 0.39, GME is down 4.18, HYMC is down 4.69, HOOD is up 0.23, CS is down 2.39, NCMI is down 3.8, APE is down 23.06, and AMC is down 3.23%. Inflow versus outflow on AMC for the day today was about $1.1 million more inflow than outflow. 12.27 million shares traded so far after, 232 minutes of trading, putting us on a pace for 20.62 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is between the 10 to 30 million shares that I suggested in pre-market. I do think that we'll hit those numbers. On a 1 hour time interval, we are sitting here with more equal amounts of buying and selling. Actually, hold on a second. Nope, just slightly more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 33.69, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 30.77, almost signaling oversold. Also printing a TD9 on our TD sequential, basically stating that this should see a reversal in price momentum based on 9 straight average points heading downwards. So this should start kind of heading back upwards a little bit. Not sure how far exactly. On a 5-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 44.03, which is slightly below average. On APE, there's approximately $2.7 million more outflow than inflow. 37.63 million shares having been traded so far after, let's see, 233 minutes of trading. Putting us on pace for 62.98 million shares traded by the end of the day today. In pre-market this morning, I suggested somewhere between 50 to 70 million shares, so we are on pace for that. On a 1 hour time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 30.32, almost signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, there is more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 22.58, signaling oversold. And on a 5-minute interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 35.93, which is below average. So we are seeing a little bit of a price correction on some of the increased price movement on APE over the last 3 solid straight days of, what was that percentage? 250.77% that we saw from the bottom at 0.65. I know not all that 250% came from just 3 days of trading, but from the bottom of 65 cents, we did hit a top of 250% increase in price. With our current price right now, we are set at 143.5. Let me see what our current bottom is at right now. I need to see what that. It looks like the low that we got to so far is exactly 1.4. That is a 38.6% drop in price. One of the typical turnaround points that we see is around a 40% drop. Synthetic price failures do tend to turn around 35 to 40%. If it does go beyond, well beyond a 40, maybe 45, 46% amount, then it would be heading for a 60% drop in price before seeing a turn. So we are kind of at that point to where we could see price kind of leveling out and maybe heading back up at least 15%. Before it does so, typically speaking, you tend to see the price bounce off the bottom side a couple times before it does start to head back up. Let me go ahead and draw in the blue line at the right spot. 161 would be that 15% increase. Let me put that in here. I'm going to end that poll. Thank you, 457 people, for putting in those numbers. The big wiener is those with creamer and sugar or sweetener. 38% of you. Otherwise, everybody just likes their coffee just straight up. Nothing, no additives, no nothing to it, just as is. The sweetener only group was the least amount. I love finding interesting things out about you guys. So I think that's kind of an interesting. 38% of you, majority of the people who are watching, like their coffee the way I do. Sam says freaks. The sweetener only, is that what I'm assuming you're saying freaks on the sweetener only because they are the 3%. I'm gonna assume that. I'm not sure. I'm not sure who you're calling a freak though. Headstock Harem said 50% down on Ape from 228 would be $1.14. So let me just throw that graph back up here just for a minute because Ape has had some unusual turnaround points. Majority of our turnaround points, if you look at them, we've had a 50.3, a 42.7, a 49.9, a 63.3, a 52.04, 26.47, 50.82, 31.22, and a 29.19. I would say that there's room or an argument to be made that on Ape that that 50% number is actually pretty common. So it's not always the case on most stocks though, but you're not wrong. 50% does happen quite often, more often than it probably should. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 out of the last 10 drops. So almost half of them have been 50% drops. So yeah, there is that. Sam says sweetener only people. Okay. I mean, I assume Sam that you were saying freaks because it was the lowest number was that 3%, but yeah. For me particularly, I have to have it with sweetener or with cream. It doesn't have to be one or the other, but I don't like just drinking it regular unleaded or leaded because it was it's just way too strong. I gotta have something to kind of take the edge off, and then I'm okay. But I prefer to have both cream and sugar. Hazel, I will not be here after the squeeze is over. So this is not what I desire to do in life. I have other things that I would like to accomplish. I do not view myself. It's really funny. I don't view myself as a YouTuber, but it's only just because I don't want to. And it's what I'm doing. I just don't want to view myself as being that, and I'd rather view myself as being something different. So I will not be doing any kind of YouTubing after this is all over. I've spent almost a year and a half now of my life doing this. Uh, yeah, the Discord will continue on, Nana. Also keep in communication with everybody, and I fully expect. I fully expect that our community is going to stay together in communications to some degree. And the reason that I say that is because we've relied on each other through this entire process. Like, how stupid would it be for every single one of us to just head in our own direction? Like, legitimately, like a lot of us are going to be running into problems after this is all over with. How do we manage our money? How do we avoid pitfalls? Just a lot of different things. And so why not experience that together as a community since we already went through the hardships of trying to get there? I can't imagine not sticking together as a community and trying to rely on each other afterwards. I can't imagine anybody else who I would trust more than the people who I've trusted through this whole process. So I'm not tearing up the community after it's over by any means, but I just don't think that I'll continue to do any kind of YouTube stuff. It's just not in the cards. I did have my Steven says Casey will be in the seek of higher education. This is true, Steven. That's actually that is one of my plans. Is I plan on going and getting maybe a master's in something, and I actually have something in mind, but I just don't want to talk about it right now. But a master's and maybe even a double master's in two different subject matters, and maybe like a little bit of a sabbatical as well. Projuler says Casey and I are going to take a glass blowing class. I would love to learn how to do some glass blowing, and while I'm at it, why not? That would be fun. Christopher, yeah, I hear you, man. It's like a diamond in the rough finding this channel. So, and I don't advertise, so if you found it, you found it, you got lucky. But all good things must come to an end. Silver Surfer says, Casey, I think you should write a book. I'm writing the book right now, Silver. We're literally writing this book right every single minute that we're living through this, and this book is going to be a documentary book in video format. This we're writing this book every single day. You and I, all of us together, we are writing this history. So I hope you I hope you get excited. I don't think you understand. Every single one of your comments that go through this comment section is going to be a part of that history. Like I don't even think you can understand like the importance or the significance of what it is that every single one of these messages that it's going through. Somebody in the future could potentially see what it is that you're writing and being like, oh, that person, he was so negative, or that person was so positive, or who is this person? They had a whole lot of foresight, or whatever it is that you may contribute here in the community. But um, your words will go down in history. You're writing the book right now. Ari says, "What's up with all the one share buy orders?" Hold up a second. Are we talking about on APE or AMC? Because I only see. Where are you seeing those at? Where are those coming through? I'm not seeing them right now. Mm, RuneScape Killer cost to borrow on AMC the average is at 285%, and Ape is at 14.14%. I'm still not, yeah, I'm still not seeing them, Arby. I'm not sure where you're seeing those at. I don't see them right now. I'm looking, but I don't see it. I was silent there, waiting to see the order go through, but I don't see them. Oftentimes, when you see a one share order go through, like it is that you're talking about, that is a sign of spoofing. But I don't see those. I don't see those going through right now. I'd have to watch it more intently. FGCV says, Casey, did I hear a new AMC1 option was being made after or before the reverse split that was being heavily loaded on puts at the 145, 125, 180 strikes? I have not seen that. Hold on a second. I kind of want to look up something real quick here, guys. Give me just a minute, because somebody told me that there are options, AMC1 options for 2024, and I don't see them. They don't show up. Why are they not showing up? Hold on a second here. Let me just check and make sure I've got this set up right. All. That is correct. Huh. In regards to the AMC1 volume that I'm looking at right now for January 20th, I don't see a whole lot of volume right now that's occurring on that. I do see that there's 418 contracts at 145 in calls for AMC1 for January 20th. I don't know. I have not heard about this yet. If this is again, options are kind of one of my weaker points in the market. So if there is something new out there, I'm not aware of it. Derek, it's kind of it's I got asked that question earlier this morning and we were looking at it. It was like half the amount that it is currently. Petrofire says, "Did I see the 1210 CST candle? This is probably it right here, unless I see a 1301. Let's see, what time did you say again? You said 1210. Eastern would be 1310. So I see two different candles here. The only candles that I see. Let me check Ape just to make sure you're not talking about Ape. All right. The biggest candles that I see on AMC is at 1301 Eastern Standard Time, which had approximately 388,000 shares, and then I see a 1314 that had 141,000 shares. On Ape, the closest thing I see to that is a 1311, which had 307,000 shares that went through it. So I see them, but that's not that 800,000, and I haven't seen a big jump in yes, on the ticker. Been happening for a while. I don't see it. RB, I'm not seeing them, man. Are you talking about because the ending value has like a 3 digit on it or a 5, or is that what you mean by that? RB is that the ticker ends in a number less than a 0 or more than a 0. Joe says, "New people, FYI, this is a comedy channel." Thank you, Joe. Appreciate that. Island of Dr. Moreau says, "I am telling you, Casey, they're keeping numbers quiet. AMC for the fourth quarter. You give me props if I'm right. I will, Dr. Moreau. Island of Dr. Moreau, I will give you full props if you're right." Arby says, "If you owned options before APE was issued and didn't sell your options, was converted to AMC1." That is correct. Leon, in regards to what you said there, you're saying it's crazy that Adam Aaron spoke and the stock ran up. Then YouTubers speak against him, and Ape is now going down, which led me to lean yes. So first off, the first thing that I want to tell you, Leon, is that was what you saw witnessing out of that was a rebalancing on the idea that it's going to go forward. I think the market's kind of preparing itself for a rebalancing of the two stocks, or a conversion. So I don't think that the downwards momentum, and you have to remember that AMC came down as Ape was going up, so that does kind of confirm the rebalancing. So I don't know that I would necessarily lead to some kind of conclusion that what Adam Aaron said did anything other than cause a rebalancing in the positions. And as I showed earlier this morning in the math, it shows pretty heavily that the rebalancing is completed or has been completed. Barry Electronics says we are comedians in training. Jim says nobody who actually owns the stock is controlling the price action. It's all institutionally controlled, I think. I would agree to that. Irish, when you say that, when you put 4, it suggests that you're getting more. So it's 125 instead of a 1-2-10, not 4. Because if you're saying 1-4-10, then that means the exact opposite. That you would be getting 10 shares for the one that you had. So make sure it's real important to make sure. I know it's real easy to just you're like 2. What's the difference between 2 and 4? Who cares? Well, it does make a difference on how you say it. So it's 1-2-10 or a 10-4-1. If you're gonna put 4 in there, you got to put the numbers backwards. And I know a lot of people would not feel so. I know there's a lot of people. Yeah, don't worry about it. I just want to make sure you got it right, just so that because I know what you mean, and but I just don't want you to like talk to somebody else about it, and not understand that there's a difference between 4 and 2. But in regards to what you're saying there, I think that it probably would have been a lot more palatable to people if they saw a 1-5 versus a 1-10. But I think the main problem that people are thinking is that they're losing some kind of value, and you're not. You don't lose any value in a reverse split. You just simply consolidate your position. The value is not lost. I don't know, Arby. In regards to the shorting through AMC one, I can tell you that they have been purchasing in the money puts. If those were to be, if in the money puts are then closed and collected on, then somebody's going to walk away with 100 APE shares and 100 AMC shares, in which case they could close out positions that they have that they're short on. It's a great question to ask, but do note that so far we have not seen shorting positions declining. So I'm going to say that it's possible. Dr. Zeno says the market looks beautiful. Food Dog says T90 is a thing now since the sale to Antera clock is ticking. It was actually a thing before that, even Food Dog, believe it or not. Adam Aaron did a share offering to the marketplace before that. It's just that everybody's counting T90 from August 22nd, and that's not the date they should be counting from. They really should be counting from September 20th. And the reason I say that is because I think that there were shares that were sold into the marketplace around that time. Roughly around, I think it was like 14.9 million or thereabouts. Z Wade says the markets with K videos are pretty good, very interesting. I haven't had a chance more than to check out that one. I will watch the other two, I think, later tonight. Food Dog says if there's ever a zombie apocalypse, I want Dr. Zeno in my group. Yeah, I'd probably put him on my list. AMC Level 2 Life says, when did you stop work in the semiconductor industry? Last year. It was literally last year. Myself says, but a reverse split possibly lowers the potential level a squeeze could reach. Yes, that I would not disagree with that. Um, hmm. I will say this. I will say this. This is probably the most negative thing I've said. Once the reverse split occurs, uh, us shareholders have forever eaten the debt. So go ahead and sign up for that if you're voting yes. Because the minute that we decide to do that reverse split, we will have chosen to eat that debt early. And we own it. We own it at that point. So just go ahead and sign up for that because that's what you're voting for when you vote yes on this. You will eat the debt out of this. Now, the other part to that is that I think that there's been a lot of us here who have said that we'd be willing to eat the debt. The problem is you're going to eat that debt on the front side. So just know that voting yes more than likely would be inclusive to you owning the debt afterwards. So just keep that in mind. I don't think it's um, I see I see where you're going with that AMC Panda you're talking about in regards to how much dilution. I think the dilution is in the amount of dilution. It doesn't matter if it's uh, you know I'm throwing out random numbers here, but let's just say he were to use up all 4.4 billion additional preferred equity units that he could turn into, or shares that he could turn into units, or 4.4 billion units of APE for dilution. I mean, it's either that or it's 440,000 shares of AMC. Take your pick. It really doesn't matter which way you look at it. It's just that, it's still dilution one way or the other. Arby says smaller float, more violent, and that is correct. There will be more volatility with a smaller float, absolutely. But what you also have to remember too, Arby, is that the amount of time that the price stays high in a squeeze scenario will be much shorter because there's less shares that have to be found in order to close or cover positions. So that is something you got to remember and take into account as well. Um, but I mean, it is what it is. Yeah, Kenny G, I'm gonna remove that. I'm not really interested in it. I'm not here for other stocks, shiny things out there in the road. Jordan says the great thing about markets with May is that you can give her $49 a month or even do a $500 consultation. Awesome. Jordan, and not only that, but she's willing to, since she started talking about AMC, and it became such a big hit for her to start talking about it, she's willing to talk about it even more, the more that there's people who are interested in it. So, go figure, you know, what are the chances? Woodsonk, I have not, man. I gotta see a proxy first. There's no sense of me even trying to decide which way I'm gonna vote without a proxy. I gotta see that proxy, and um, yeah, I gotta wait for it. I gotta wait for that to come through, and I also gotta see what's gonna happen to the market with all this volume that's been going through over the last 3 to 4 trading days now. Nana Ape says in a reverse split, they also charge you a small fee. Um, that's something I didn't know about. Oh, food dog, just stop. Come on. Dan says, Casey, what do you think about us shareholders eating the debt? The short thesis will be gone, right? Yes, absolutely. So yeah, and so Dan, the point that I'm trying to make there is not a negative point. Removing the short thesis is exactly what's holding us back right now. A lot of it, not entirely, but a lot of it is that there's a short thesis because of the fact that the company's not profitable until the debt's removed. So you remove the debt, you decrease the top that you could potentially see on AMC as a squeeze. It becomes a little bit smaller of a squeeze instead of what we really wanted, which was huge amounts of money. Instead of generational wealth, you walk away with wealth, and everybody's happy. AMC's saved. We make a lot of money, and hopefully we see a lot of change in the marketplace going forward. But that's something that we have to sign up for. Ding ding dong dong. We've been down to like 60 something cents right now, and you're saying this is bad, and I don't know why, because I mean we're at $1.46 right now. Yeah, I don't know why you're. I mean, quite frankly, like since the 8K release, we're at 530 right now. We were at 598 when we first started. When the 8K first was released, we were at 598. So we're looking at 68 cents drop since the 8K release. I don't really see like why you would be after 68 cents, why you would be saying this is bad. This is nothing. This is nothing. You got to look at the bigger picture. All in AMC says wealth and not generational wealth. How can I feed my 5 wives? I know it's gonna be a problem, right? Oh man. Yeah, let me look that up. Let me check that out real quick here, Nana Ape. I want to look into that and see what's going on with that real quick here. Give me a second here while I kind of look this over. You've given me something to kind of look into. It may only be some brokers that do this. Fees differ for voluntary and involuntary reorganizations and also by your stand with the broker. Some don't charge their premier customers. Let's see here. I think this may be a broker issue specifically on who you hold your shares with. This may be something that I maybe need to investigate into because I've never experienced this before. But it may be due to the fact on who I use for a broker. Let me just check through this real quick and verify if that's what the case is. But this might be an issue for some people, which means that it doesn't mean that it's a non-issue. It just means that it's an issue for those of you who are invested in certain brokers. In which case, that might be this might be a warning shot over the bow that now is the time to change brokers holding your position, as you may rather have your position being held by a broker who's not going to charge you the fee. But then it's gonna, it's all gonna be based off the idea of whether or not you would incur more fees by changing brokers versus fees that you would incur from the reverse split. Um, this says right here, and I hate using this as a source because I usually like to go to the main source, but it's the first thing that pulled up for me for TD Ameritrade. This is saying here their fee is $38 per reorganization, but they are good about refunding it back. If you don't, I don't know what happens if you have. Yeah, you may run into some issues depending on who your broker is. I'm just kind of going through and looking at some of the stuff that's listed here. Yeah, I would check. I don't know. I mean, every single one of us has a different broker. What I would do is I would check with your broker specifically to find out if you have any potential fees that may be forthcoming if a reverse split were to occur. If it were to occur, then you may want to check into maybe either transferring your shares to another broker, or you could always, just take a look at the difference in how much you're going to be charged versus the transfer fees for moving over. I think it's like, I don't know. I don't remember what the transfer fees are. I want to say it's like somewhere between 35 and $75 for transferring your shares. I can't remember exactly. So I don't know. It's up to each one of you guys. You're gonna have to make that decision on your own. I have never been charged a fee before, so it's kind of a new thing for me. Sammy boy, I'm not going to answer that question because that would potentially put me in a position to where it may look like I'm trying to insinuate something that I don't want to insinuate. There may be a very good reason why you would prefer to buy AMC over Ape. I think you're making the assumption that the reverse split and conversion may occur the way that you think it's going to occur, and if you end up being wrong about that, then your presumption about what it is that you said would be horribly, horribly advised on what it is your decision is on what you're going to buy based off of how you're looking at it. Dan says current Ortex numbers say hedges are effed. Oh, it's 105. It's time to take a look at the numbers. Why don't we do that? Give me 1 second while I update my broker. I'll take you guys over the other page. Remember, when Herbie's not showing up on the screen, I won't be able to see what it is you guys are writing. So hold those personal thoughts or comments for me until after. Also, two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to get it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. When you do set it up, make sure you go ahead and put in a secondary device that can receive the code to get into your account. That way, you won't get locked out. I don't say it for no reason at all. Could be a life-changing difference between your experience during MOASS and what kind of experience you end up getting out of it. Let's see what we got going on here for our numbers for the day today. By this time of the day, I would expect about 64% going through the off exchange and EDGX combined together. Currently at this point in time, we've got 58.94% going through off exchange for AMC and 9.46 going through EDGX for a grand total 68.4%. That's 4.4% higher than it should be. Do note that CHX volume for the day today is at 6.06% of the total daily volume, when normally we're used to seeing like 0.25%. So huge amounts of closed positions, I believe, occurring on that Chicago exchange. Excuse me, I got hiccups again. Man, holding them back. Off exchange on APE, 62.47%. EDGX is 7.57. The combined total on that's 70.04%. That is higher by about 6% compared to where we should be normally on this amount of volume going through those exchanges. On GME, nothing unusual in CHX volume on APE. On GME, nothing unusual for CHX volume, and on HYMC, nothing unusual as well. Taking a look at Ortex data. That is slowly going through. An hour ago, there was approximately 377,000 shares having been returned. It's now 338,000 shares. It's not really going to change the estimated short share interest of the free float, which is still sitting at 21.55%. Cost to borrow minimum is at 208.69%. Average is at 284.93 and max at 358.82. Shares on loan for the day-to-day is at 179.33 million shares on loan. Day over day, that is a decrease in 400,000 shares on loan, and I'm estimating about 125,000 of that to be in short interest that was closed day over day. Taking a look at APE, an hour ago, there was 278,000 shares having been returned for the day. That's still the same number. That leaves the estimated short share interest of the free float at 7.35%. Cost to borrow minimum is at 13.33, average 14.14, max 15.41%. Shares on loan for the day-to-day increased day over day by 400,000 shares to 32.75 million shares on loan. Taking a look at options, highest amount of call volume currently happening at a $4.50 strike. Oh no, I take that back. It finally did succumb to the $4 strikes. We went from 9.2 thousand contracts at 4.5 to 10,000 contracts at 4. Market suggesting a closing price of AMC somewhere between $4 because the strike for the most amount of volume in puts is also at a $4 strike. I went from 5.7 thousand contracts an hour ago to 6.4. So that's where the market's kind of seeing AMC closing prices around $4. Currently, we're combined total price of $5.33. We did slightly break out of this descending parallel channel, which I don't think should have happened, but due to the fact that the market is declining in value, I think it didn't have any other option than to see more downwards pressure compared to where the market was heading to. Moving this over to the side here, let's take a look at orders by Fidelity customers. We are definitely buying these dips as it stands. GME is in the top 10 here. It's actually 7th on the list with a 91% buy to 9% sell ratio. 9th position or 9th most heavily traded stock is APE with 73 or 74% buys to 26% sell ratio. And the 18th most heavily traded stock is AMC with a 76 or 77% buy to 23% sell ratio. All three looking very, very strong on the buy-sell ratios. Orders by, SSR tripping price for AMC for the day-to-day would have been $3.63. Never got there. APE tripped right off the beginning at market open at 1.719 would have been the tripping value for APE, and it did hit that. So far for the day-to-day, we've seen about 130,000 shares borrowed. It was actually 133,350 shares, but they've since returned those ETFs since earlier. Fees were at 110% last time we saw it. NASDAQ is down 0.93, Dow Jones down 0.72, and the S&P 500 is down 0.77. We have 4,500 decliners to 2,239 advancers. The VIX is currently down 0.55, VB is down 1.26, VBR is down 1.34, Tesla is up 3.74, Amazon down 0.9, Cinemark down 1.89, Doge is down 3.31, Bitcoin is down 0.51, GME is down 1.1, HYMC is down 4.75, Hood is up 0.13, CS is down 3.18, NCMI is down 4%, APE is down 23.82, and AMC is down 4.59%. Inflow versus outflow on AMC. $2.3 million more inflow than outflow. 14.39 million shares traded so far for the day-to-day after 282 minutes of trading, putting us on a pace for 19.9 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 10 and 30 million. Looks like we'll hit that. On a 1 hour time interval, we currently have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 31.29, which is signaling almost oversold. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 30.79 after having signaled oversold for a little while. On a 5-minute interval, we have more more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 44.87, which is slightly below average. On APE, there's approximately $2.6 million more outflow than inflow, roughly. 41.67 million shares having been traded so far for the day-to-day with 283 minutes of trading, putting us on pace for 57.4 million shares traded by the end of the day today. In pre-market, I suggested somewhere between 50 and 70 million. Looks like we're going to hit that. I'm finally getting down this pre-market volume that's been kind of randomly different lately. Currently on a 1-hour time interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 30.24, almost signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, there is more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 28.69, which is signaling oversold. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 43.28, which is just slightly below average. And I think that's all I got for you guys. Got a little bit of volume kicking in here a few minutes ago on AMC. Where are we heading here in price? It is tending to look a little bit like on APE, like we may have an ascending parallel channel. Let me verify it. It does tend to look like that. When this does break out of this, it should head down in value. And I would suggest that it may be around pretty soon, actually. We're seeing a retest of a $1.46 Fibonacci retracement, so we may see this actually break down and start losing a little bit more value here, and perhaps a little bit. Probably sometime between now and the next hour. On AMC, sorry, I didn't have that up on the page for you guys. Sorry. On AMC, let's just check something real quick here. No. Oh, I hate it when it does that. Don't do that to me. You bastard. You bastard. Hold on a second. I hate it when it does this to me. I've done this before. It just drives me nuts. Hold on a second here. Oh, that's so frustrating. This is so frustrating. Every single time I ever do this, it always ends up being a pain in the butt. There we go. It's so annoying. It's so finicky. Like I hate it when it does this because it's like super finicky on like trying to put this back the way it's supposed to be, and I accidentally drug the wrong screen. All right, I want quotes to be at the top. I want time and sales to be down here. It is so finicky. It's just nutty. They really have like the worst. Order flow should be down here as well. There we go. What a pain in the butt, man. I tell you what, I can't see what it is you guys are even writing, but I'm sure it's extremely humorous to see me dealing with this, just because it's like it's it is massively jacked up. It's like what the heck, man. All right, I think I got that set up right. All right, I done fixed it. Oh, that's time and sales. Son of a gun, I gotta pull down the order book and add it down here. And then time and sales has got to go down here. There we go. Ah, so much better. All that because of a stupid mouse click. Son of a gun. Alrighty. Let me try and see again where, where we're moving to price now. Let's see what we got going on here with this trend. This does appear to be a little bit of a descending broadening wedge, but I'm not sure if I want to use. If I use this as a data point right here, it almost looks like a descending parallel channel. So I think I might actually, let me just try and set this up as a descending parallel channel, see if it works. I feel like there's a case to be made here for a descending parallel channel on AMC. All right, I'm gonna leave that as is. So Food Dog, AMC is losing money currently. We have a cash burn right now, but only due to the fact that we have debt. Once that debt is removed, AMC is no longer has a cash burn. Yeah, Jim, you keep asking all the right questions. You ask all the right questions. Should not be possible to be doing what it's doing. Alrighty. I'm gonna go ahead and head a break here, guys. I will see you guys back here at 2:10.
Cool. Turn off the music. Is Casey late again? Oh my goodness, he is. Casey's late. He must have a really good excuse. I don't know. Some of his excuses are kind of lame, but this is probably a good one. Um, I know he said he was going to do numbers, but he's not here yet, so I'll have to. I don't know how to do the numbers. You hear smooth? You hear something? Who's Foo Dog? You're permanently banned on Bigums. Oh, that's okay. Yes, it's Mama. Hi, Joe. Hi, everybody. I'm so glad I've been driving for 3 days to get here because I got kicked out. Well, I got not kicked off. All of the flights I were on Southwest Air were canceled, but I usually stayed for like 8 hours there, sitting and waiting and sitting and waiting, and they kept saying, "Oh, it's not canceled. Don't worry." So I got upset and I just got in my little car and took off and didn't sleep very much. So I surprised Casey, thought I was coming in either late tonight or tomorrow. So we were just chatting a few minutes. Sorry. I don't know how to do the numbers. I wish I could for you because I know a lot of good stuff is getting crazy. I was listening as I was driving, and I know everybody's worried and concerned, but kind of expectant, and that's good. I think some good things are going to happen in 2 weeks. It's moving too fast to read it, guys. But I Casey was just kept jamming, Nana and Andy's in Germany. Kim, ah, guys, I haven't showered for two. I shouldn't tell you, but I'm a mess. I wasn't gonna do this, but I am glad to do it. I just miss being able to talk without having to type, and I have not really figured out how to type and drive at the same time. Anyway, Casey's got his drinky drink right here, and he's ready to take over. But I'm going to be here for a while, not just today, but for a few days or weeks or no, that's probably enough.
2 weeks.
And I'll let you have him now. But mwah, I'm glad to be here.
No, it's all good. Thanks, Mom.
I like the setup. This is pretty cool.
Yeah, it's pretty nice. A little dusty right now, but I it is.
I think it looks good.
Give me a second here, guys, and we'll take a look at the numbers. Toasting to my mom's safe travels. Congratulations to her making it. Javiv says, "Awesome surprise, Casey." Yeah. Cheers to my mom on a safe trip, safe drive. Glad you're here. Looking forward to spending time with you. So, cheers. Mmm, yummy, yummy. All right, let's take a look at what we got going on for our numbers for the day here to close out this day. Let's see what we got going on here. Novocaine says, so that's where Casey gets it from. He hasn't showered in 2 weeks. Yeah, right. Let's take a look at the numbers here, see what we got going on. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those specific comments until after you see Herbie back up on the page again. Also, two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it. You don't want anybody accidentally getting into your account when they shouldn't be. Oh, shoot. Hold on a second, guys. Hunter, can you grab Grammy's stocking, the moose stocking, and take it up to Melissa, please? Thank you. Oh yes, where was I? When you do set up two-factor authentication, you guys may want to make sure that you set up a secondary. No, I'm still a little kind of out of my sorts here. Have a secondary device set up so that you can get the code in case something should happen to your primary device. And taking you guys to the other page, I think I already did. Let's move over a couple of screens and we'll take a look at the numbers here. And if you hear a lot of noise in the background, the kids have friends over, so everybody's having it's like party house over here right now. You're just gonna have to put up with it, because I do. All right, let's take a look at off exchange volume. By this time of the day today, between off exchange volume and CBOE EDGX, I would expect to see about 64% between the two. No, I'm sorry, 66% by this time of the day. Well, let's check it out and see where we're at on AMC. The kids are just now realizing she's here. 58.13% through the off-exchange EDGX at 9.71. The combined total between the two, 67.84%, so 1.84% higher than it should be. So a little elevated on that. Do note the CHX volume is now at 5.12% of the total daily volume. 806,000 shares going through that exchange, that Chicago exchange. Taking a look at APE. Off-exchange volume 63.4%, EDGX at 7.25, combined total 70.65%. That is 4.6% higher than where it should be for the day. CHX volume, nothing unusual being showing up there on that. On GME, nothing unusual on CHX, and on HYMC, nothing unusual to report there as well. Taking a look at Ortex. As of an hour ago on Ortex, it was showing 338,000 shares having been returned for the day today. It's now down to 285,000 shares returned. That's going to have the effect of very slightly. No, actually, no. I'm looking at it right now. The live short share interest of the free float is still sitting at 21.55%. Cost to borrow min is at 208.69%, average 289.23, and max at 358.82%. Taking a look at APE. Borrowed change as of an hour ago was 278,000 shares having been returned. That's still the same value, leaving the short share interest of the free float at 7.35%. Cost to borrow min is at 13.33, average at 14.14, and max at 15.41%. One of the numbers I kind of left out earlier on you guys on AMC is that 400,000 shares were returned day over day on shares out. Leaving the shares on loan at 179.33 million shares on AMC. That was, I'm estimating about 125,000 of that was in short interest that was returned. On APE, it is at 32.75 million shares day over day. That's a 400,000 share increase on shares on loan. Taking a look at options. It's so hard to do this without all these people in the background. Taking a look at options, the highest amount of call volume is at a $4 strike. An hour ago, there was 10,000 contracts. There's now 12.14. On puts, the highest amount of volume is at a $4 strike. There were 6.4 thousand contracts. There's now 7.4. Market suggesting a closing price on AMC somewhere to be around $4, a $4 strike, or $4 by the end of the day today. Combined price of AMC and APE is currently at $5.27. We have fallen out of a descending parallel channel to the bottom side and finding support on the bottom side of this channel. We're seeing a little bit of resistance getting back into the channel with the market dropping as much as it did within the last couple of hours. That's why I think we fell out of this descending parallel channel. It's not normal for us to do. Normally it trades to the top side of a parallel channel like this that's descending. So very unusual price movement, but I do believe it's market related. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC currently has, actually GME is the first one on the list here. GME has a 90% buy to 10% sell ratio. APE is the next one on the list here that I care about with a 73% buy to 27% sell ratio. And AMC is down the list a little bit here with a 77% buy to 23% sell ratio. All three looking very, very good. People are definitely buying this dip here. SSR did not trigger yet for the day today on AMC. It would have triggered at $3.63. APE did trigger right at market open because we were opening up lower than 10% less than what the price was at close yesterday, which would have triggered at 1.719. Shares available to borrow, we have seen nothing change since earlier this morning. Only the 133,350 shares were returned that were borrowed earlier this morning. Taking a look at the NASDAQ, it is down 1.32, Dow Jones down 0.96, and the S&P 500 is down 1.12. We have 4,677 decliners to 2,119 advancers. Let's see here. We've got DXY is DXY, which is our US dollar, is currently up 0.3% and at 104.49. WTI is down, oil is down 5.79. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.21 to 0.24, and SPY is down 1.1%. VIX is up 1.85 or 1.94 and rising. VB is down 1.56, VBR down 1.71, Tesla is up 2.2, Amazon is down 1.23, Cinemark down 3.49, Doge is down 3.31. Bitcoin is down 0.57, GME is down 1.7, HYMC is down 5.98, HOOD is up 0.13, CS is down 3.5, NCMI is down 8.04, APE is down 23.82, and AMC is down 3.97. Inflow versus outflow, we currently have $2.1 million more inflow than outflow. Hold on a second here while I fix this. This is off just a tad. There we go. Let's see, volume currently at 16.59 million shares traded so far, with about 33 minutes left to go. So 257 minutes of trading. Oh, 267 minutes of trading. Is that right? No, it is 257. 357 minutes. Sorry. Putting us on a pace for 18.12 million shares before the end of the day. That is within the 10 to 30 million shares I predicted in pre-market. On a 1 hour time interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 32.84, which is below average, almost signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 35.55, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, there is more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 49.39, which is just about average. On APE, there's approximately $1.9 million more outflow than inflow. 47.55 million shares traded so far for the day today. Oh man, this is going to be a close one. Let me see. 44.75, 358. We're on pace for 48.75 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I said 50 to 70 million shares before the end of the day today. Looks like I might end up being on the low side. However, we do tend to see a little bit of extra additional volume in the aftermarket hours sometimes. I have a feeling we'll break 50, but it's going to be close. On the 1 hour time interval, there is slightly more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 31.37, almost signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 29.94, which is signaling oversold. And on a 5-minute interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 46.83, which is slightly below average. And AMC is flirting with this descending parallel channel, wanting to break out, but not being able to just quite. You can tell it's being held down to underneath a $4 value. More than likely due to positional, derivatives positioning. I maybe said that wrong a couple times now, 3 times. Let's take a look at what we got. Casey Kitchen Guy. It's the first thing that I saw when I opened this up. I'm seeing But Donkey Kong saying Casey has the best sounding ice cubes. Jabib says, Casey, now this is a prime example of putting ADD to a bend test. You passed with flying color. You don't even understand, Jabibs, how difficult this is for me right now. if you only knew. I'm just telling you, it is tough. It is very, very, very tough, man. This is the reason why I work night shifts my entire life. I want to say most my entire life I've worked night shifts. All right, so here's the deal. I'm starting to kind of like run out of ideas for what to do for movies, so I'm gonna change it up. I'm gonna change it up here. I'm gonna make it a little bit interesting. I'm gonna kind of give it. I'm gonna give you guys. Hold on 1 second here. I gotta undo something. Undo. 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 All right. I don't know what the heck this is. What is this? Oh, I know what that was. Okay. All right. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna for the rest of this week, and that's just gonna be today and tomorrow. So it's not a whole lot. And I might do this next week as well. The winner for the day gets to pick the movie trivia for the next day. So if, and this is a big if Novocaine is still here today, look at that. He just put out Billy Madison or Happy Gilmore. Happy Gilmore it is. Give me a second. That will be the movie trivia for the day today. Holy crap. I had no idea. I had no idea that that movie was 1996. That is a long, long time ago. Alrighty. I hope you guys are ready. Here it comes. The price is wrong. We'll see. We'll see. That might be a question in here. Here we go. I gotta move fast here, guys. So I hope you hit ready and you're ready to go on this. Which fast food restaurant did Happy make a commercial for? Who is Adam Sandler? Subway's right for It's Me. That is correct. Subway is correct for the right answer. I'm gonna just make sure he was the first one. Just want to make sure I didn't get anybody. Okay, yeah, nobody else got that. All right, that is the correct answer. Next. Which member of the band Kiss did Happy Gilmore Grandma put on a mask of? Gene is correct by censored content. I will accept a first name basis on that one. Censored content's coming back in here. What celebrity does Happy play with during the Pro-Am tour? Yeah, last name would have been accepted as well. Yeah, Chris, I know. Everybody seems to think they're first. Barker is correct for Papa Mac. Papa Mac is the first one to put in Barker. Bob Barker is correct. Who put it in? Barker. Papa Mac. Hold on a second. Everybody thinks they're the first person, but it's just because your computer's always going to tell you you're a winner. Your computer loves you more than I do. You have to accept the fact that I'm literally watching it as you guys are coming in here, and I'm seeing who's first and who's not. Where did Happy's mom move to because she hated hockey? I actually didn't know this one. I had no idea. I don't even remember his mom moving. Egypt is correct by Danny R. That is correct. I don't even remember that part of the movie. I don't even remember that at all. I don't remember the whole Egypt part. Which of these people? Oh wait. No. Wait. Never mind. What ate Chubb's hand? What ate Chubb's hand? Alligator by Danny R is correct. Danny's congratulations on your second point there. Ooh, Danny's running here. You didn't know that. What is the name of the song that Happy and Virginia were listening to while they were skating?
Is this the Gilmore Girls?
No, this is not the Gilmore Girls. Endless Love is correct by Novocaine. Oh man. My mom just asked if this is the questions about the Gilmore Girls. I can't even say it. Let's see here. How much money did Happy offer the nursing home supervisor to take special care of his grandmother?
Was it real money or Monopoly money? No, I'm not supposed to talk. Sorry.
$1 for Chad Hardy is correct. Chad, you got the right answer. $1.
20 billion? $100? $10?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Three more questions. Where does Happy's first pro golf tournament take place? And I'm telling you right now, 20 years ago when I used to live in the state of Oregon, it was one of the worst cities I've ever had to drive around in my entire life. Portland is correct by Jeff Hamill.
You gave him a big hint.
I did give him a big hit. They already had the answer though. And I'll tell you what, anybody who's a Portland lover out there, I'm gonna tell you right now that the only reason it's terrible to drive through is because it's got a bunch of one-way streets. I hate driving on city streets where there's one-way streets and hills, and it's ridiculous. Like I just can't stand it. It really bothers me. What brand of shoe is Happy Gilmore's caddy wearing at the Waterbury Open? Yeah, that's so like everybody noticed that. I know you guys all noticed what shoe he was wearing. Converse by Joe Pounce. Joe Pounce, that is correct. It is Converse. I don't know how you know that. I'm really impressed to just know that you know that. All right, last question. Let me make sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yes, last question. Here we go. Last question. When Happy was talking with Shooter and a few other golfers at the reception, Happy excused himself because what video game was calling his name? You guys are killing me, man. Asteroids is correct. Who said that? Censored content. Oh, shoot. Okay, we got a little bit of a problem here for tomorrow. I don't want either of you guys to say anything. Danny R or censored content, you guys are tied. I have I'm leaning towards giving Censored Content since he is the reigning champion, the ability to pick tomorrow's movie. Don't say what movie it is, but Danny R or Censored Content, do one of you yield to the other? If not, I will have to ask one remaining question to find out who's going to get to pick the movie for tomorrow. Do either of you yield? Danny says fight to the death. No, I will pick and not play. Neither of you yield. This is the last question for Censored Content or Danny R only. Only the only persons allowed to answer this question are Danny R or Censored Content. Here we go. This is to determine who's going to pick tomorrow's movie. Do not say the movie you're going to pick. Don't say it. Otherwise, you're disqualified. When all other older people are stuck sewing kilts, how much is the orderly selling them for? How much is he selling the kilts for? This is only for Censored Content or Danny R. I'm going to clink my ice until somebody gets it right. Quilts. Sorry, did I say kilts? I'm sorry, quilts. If I said kilts, I meant quilts. When all the older people are stuck sewing quilts, how many is the orderly selling them for? I think I did say kilts. Censored Content or Danny R. Danny R with the correct answer for 200. You don't get a point for that, Danny R. You do get to choose the movie for tomorrow. That is the correct answer. Let me go ahead and put you down here. Actually, I will give you an extra point for that. I just decided I need to give you the extra point. Otherwise, I will erase my board and not remember who got the extra point tomorrow morning, because that's what happens with a person like me. It's me. Congratulations on additional points for the week so far. You've added to your score so far. Censored Content, congratulations on your additional points for this week. Papa Mac, first point of the week. Congratulations. Danny R, congratulations on your first points and winning the day and getting to choose what the movie will be tomorrow. Do not say what movie it is you're picking. Novocaine, adding to his points for the week. Chad Hardy, congratulations on your first point of the week. Jeff Hamill, congratulations on your first point of the week. And Joe Pounce. Joe Pounce, congratulations on your first point of the week. The first place winner so far for this week is Novocaine with 5 points. Coming in second, tied in second, is Censored Content and Danny R. And in third place, it's me. It's me. I'm in third place. So congratulations to you guys. Tomorrow, Danny R, you have the choice for the movie. And believe it or not, Danny R, it is the last. You're gonna have the choice for the last movie of the week. It is Thursday tomorrow, so you will have the honors of deciding who's going to have a chance at winning the week. Jabib says, Casey, enjoy your mom's visit. Thank you very much. I will. That's right, Danny. No pressure, man. No, pick an adult movie. If you do, I'm gonna default to censored content. You guys don't conspire. Don't you dare. Nana says, Casey, I've never ever had 1 point. Can I have a pity point? Nana, let me ask you a question. Does it make you feel good inside knowing that you would have a pity point, or would you rather earn one? Just curious. I want to know. Your answer may determine whether or not you get a point or not. Arby says, yes, I'll take a petty point. Myself wants 6 pity points. Guys, I just want to let you know, I got to throw this out here. Nana says, yes, just give me 1 point. Nana, I don't. We're past Christmas, Nana. My Christmas spirit isn't here, and I like seeing people who want to work for their points. I know you can do it, Nana. I really know you can. I think you just have to try harder. You'll get there. I promise. I promise you'll get there. You just gotta. You're gonna get there, Nana. Give it a chance. One of these movies is gonna hit you just right, and you're gonna hit those points. Yeah, I feel like. Oh, Miss Tahiti's laughing at Danny. Okay, that's good. Nana says, I'll cry. Don't cry. No, don't you dare cry. There's no crying in baseball. Belle Biv DeVoe says, you give Nana an effing point. Ooh. Nana says, I have lag. I know what that's like, Nana. All far too well. Let me ask you a question, Nana. I'm going to say something. I want you to type the number 1 as fast as you possibly can. Go. Type 1. As quick as you can. 1 1000, 2 1000, 3 1000, 4 1000, 5 1000, 6 1000, 7 1000, 8 1000, 9 1000, 10 1000, 11 1000, 12 1000, 13 1000, 14 1000, 15 1000, 16 1000. Okay, yeah. She's got lag. She, you guys are all typing ones way sooner than she has. All right, Nana. I'll give you a point. Man, that was pretty bad lag. It's more probably it's Nana. It's not you. It's me. Just saying, it is me. All right, Nana. I'll give you. It's the least I can do for the hard work that you do around here as a moderator. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for your hard work. I just gave you a point. Ding ding dong dong. I did numbers starting about like 38 minutes ago. Turtle didn't get the answers for the trivia. I just realized that AMC is actually on a 5 minute uh, a 5 minute interval. I had to change it back to 1 minute. Sorry about that.
I didn't get that. Could you try again?
No, Siri, I can't. Since Siri decided to interrupt and just kind of barge in there and start asking questions, I feel like I need to have like a bobblehead Ross moment here. Bobblehead Ross, what do you think about Siri being, kind of rude sometimes?
And that may be the true joy of painting, is when you share it with other people. I really believe that's the true joy.
Is he saying that we're supposed to like embrace the rudeness? I feel like that's what he just told us. I don't know. I'm not buying it. Hey, Hunter, before you leave, will I have a chance to see you before you go? Okay, cool. Guys, today's song, I know this is a little bit early, but today's song, and I just wanted to let you know, it has kind of a really special meaning to me. I feel like the words really kind of resonate with, um, I guess a lot of what it is that we're kind of dealing with here, and psychologically. So it is probably by far one of my favorite 21 Pilot songs, and I know at some point in time, most people, not everybody, but most people have probably dealt with this kind of thing before, where your car radio just sucks. And maybe it's not a car radio, maybe it's your house, maybe it's living conditions, maybe it's this, that, or the other. Who knows what it may be, but it is always kind of one of those things where life just kind of grabs you, and even though the situation is really really rough, um, you persevere no matter what, and you get to a better spot in life. So I really enjoyed today's song. I hope you guys enjoyed as much as I do. I feel like it has a special meaning to where it is where we are in where it is and where we're at in this play, in regards to not being exactly where it is that we want to be, but knowing that we're thinking, and that we remain vigilant in what it is that we're doing here. So if you keep that in mind as you're listening to the song, and let the words just kind of speak to you, really listen to the words. I know a lot of people can be distracted by the music, but really listen to the words that are being spoken here, because I think that they're extremely valuable words. Um, Belviv DeVoe says ride. Wait. Did I say car radio? Did I say the wrong song name? No, it is car radio, I think. I think Ride is a good song too, but it's car radio is the one that I'm playing. Oh man, Joe's naming like one of my other favorite songs in the early in the morning. Yeah, dude. Oh man, I love Sublime. That is a great song. It's another good song about letting you know what's really kind of important in life more than anything. That love is. I feel like I'm wrapping up the day here, and it's like we still we still have like 7 more minutes or so. Brian Carpenter says Casey doesn't like reggae. Dude, you know what, Brian? It's only because it was ruined for me when I was younger. If that if that senior that I was carpooling with when I was a freshman in high school hadn't played that like every single morning on the ride to school, she kept playing the same dang 8-track tape on her stupid 1965 Mustang every single morning on her beaded leather seats. And when I say beaded, I'm talking about she had like the full on like beads that you put on the seats. I don't know what you call those things. Those beaded. I don't know what they call those mats that they put down on the that pull at your leg hairs. But it was literally torture on the way to school every single morning in high school as a freshman. As I got to listen to Bob Marley's "I Shot the Sheriff," like that was probably half of any. Not anal beads myself. Uh, on any given morning, half the mornings we heard "I Shot the Sheriff" over and over and over. Um, it's not. No, I wouldn't say Brian Carpenter the Sublime's reggae. It does have. I can understand where that feel might be. Joe, Joe says Casey got molested. Musically molested would probably be a great way to put it. Um, but yeah, it ruined me. It absolutely ruined me because I honestly think that I probably would have enjoyed reggae music had it not been for that. Are you taking off? Yeah. All right. Give me a second here, guys. I'll be right back. Give me 2 seconds. I gotta say goodbye to Hunter. I had to tell Hunter. I was like, I told him he works tonight. He's going to be going to work here soon, and he said, or I always tell my son this. He works at Baskin Robbins, by the way, and I always tell him, your life is more important than the money. I always get this like weird feeling that, like one of these days, like these armed robbers going to walk into the store. He's like the only one there or something like that. And he's going to have to choose, like whether or not he's going to give them the money or not at the register. I don't know why I think that as a dad, but that's like the number one, like, fear that I have is, and so I always tell him, like, every single time, every time he goes to work, I always say, your life is more important than the money. So I tell him every time, I love you, buddy. Oh, he's not gone yet. Okay. He's getting gone. Oh my gosh, Danny, man. Dude, that song makes me cry like every time. Every dang time. That is a good song. Belle Biv DeVoe's spitting out what looks to be like lyrics over here. Myself says he should put the money in a bag just so he can hand it over quicker when it happens. I'm sure that would go over really, really well with his boss. Yeah. Why did you have all that money in that bag already? Brian is asking, do they have bubblegum ice cream there? I will ask him. He should be walking back through here in just a minute. And when he does, Brian, I'll ask him. I'm pretty sure they do have it. Last time I was there, I'm pretty sure I saw it. But I'll ask him to make sure. Well, I hate to break this to you guys. Hopefully Hunter will walk back in here. Oh, here he is. Hunter, they want to know, do you have bubblegum ice cream? The answer is no, but they have cotton candy.
I've heard it could be state specific.
State. He said it could be a state specific thing, but I could have sworn I've seen bubblegum ice cream there before. That's what he said. I got to roll with it. That's what he said. All right, guys. You know what time it is. Every good thing must come to an end. Eat, sleep, drink. Get plenty of rest. Spend time with your family. Spend time with your friends. Take your pets out for a walk because they like getting out too. But, go see a movie. Dang it, because that's what we're here for. But above all else, don't have a good night. Have a great night. Beep beep.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Solid rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now at S10.
Dan, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
I ponder of something great. My lungs will fill and then deflate. They fill with fire, exhale desire. I know it's dire, my time today. I have these thoughts so often I ought to replace that slot with what I once bought. Cause somebody stole my car radio and now I just sit in silence. Sometimes quiet is violent. I find it hard to hide it. My pride is no longer inside. It's on my sleeve, my skin will scream, reminding me of who I killed inside my dream. I hate this car that I'm driving. There's no hiding for me. I'm forced to deal with what I feel. There is no distraction to mask what is real. I could pull the steering wheel. I have these thoughts so often I ought to replace that slot with what I once bought. Cause somebody stole my car radio and now I just sit in silence. Of something terrifying, cause this time there's no sound to hide behind. I find over the course of our human existence, one thing consists of consistence, and it's that we're all battling fear. Oh dear, I don't know if we know why we're here. Oh my, too deep, please stop thinking. I liked it better when my car had sound. There are things we can do, but from the things that work there are only two, and from the two that we choose to do, peace will win and fear will lose. It is faith and there's sleep. We need to pick one, please, because faith is to be awake, and to be awake is for us to think, and for us to think is to be alive. And I will try with every rhyme to come across like I am dying to let you know you need to try to think. I have these thoughts so often I ought to replace that slot with what I once bought. Cause somebody stole my car radio and now I just sit in silence. ponder of something great. My lungs will fill and then deflate. They fill with fire, exhale desire. I know it's dire, my time today. I have these thoughts so often I ought to replace that slot with what I once bought. Cause somebody stole my car radio and now I just sit in silence.
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. So when the night's getting colder and you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back, we got each other. All we do is we buy and